We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Poland. Welcome to Katowice. This is the opening ceremony of 16th Annual UN Internet Governance Forum, an international meeting held at the initiative of the United Nations, enabling a global discussion on the development of the Internet. My name is Agata Konarska. I'm a TV journalist, and believe me, it's a great pleasure for me to welcome you all, dear participants, at this most important and international event of the year. I warmly welcome all those gathered here in these hospitable interiors of the International Conference Center in Katowice. Ladies and gentlemen, please let me welcome United Nations Under-Secretary General, Mr. Liu Zhenmin. Please take your seat. Please take your seat. Just a welcome. Prime Minister of Poland, Mr. Mateusz Morawiecki. During opening ceremony, we will also get to hear from United Nations Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, and the President of the Republic of Poland, Mr. Andrzej Duda. We also welcome all participants who are online with us. After all, ladies and gentlemen, it is an event about the digital world. The headline of this year's UN Internet Governance Forum is United Internet, which means an accessible, united, friendly Internet for all. The Internet connecting all its users into one community responsible for its shape and functioning. During the COVID-19 crisis, the Internet proved to be enormously helpful in organizing our lives to an extent that we could have never foreseen just a few months ago. This has only confirmed how precious and valuable a part of our lives it actually is. We are simply, ladies and gentlemen, living in a digital world, and it is a fact. For the first time in history, Poland is hosting the global edition of the Internet Governance Forum, organized here in Katowice at the International Congress Center. And we Poles are very honored to host such an important event. And we consider it as an appreciation of our efforts and activities in the field of digitalization. We hope and we believe that the forum will be a place of open and real debate about the future of Internet, because everyone can influence this debate and express their opinion. During the 5 days of this year's edition of the forum, there will be 300 events, activities, and initiatives, such as lectures, debates, and workshops devoted to the digital world, from legislation through currently available technologies to future technologies, such as quantum technologies. Experts from all over the world, ministers of digitalization, entrepreneurs, and representatives of the world of science are taking part in the IGF 2021. They will also discuss more general horizontal issues, such as those related to the access to the Internet. Because we have to remember that at the moment, half of the world still does not have such an access. During the IGF 2021, important decisions about the future of the internet will be made of editing all web users, and there are more and more of them. In just 2 years, from 2019, 782 million new users have used the internet. That's more than twice the population of the United States. The global pandemic has definitely accelerated the process of digitalization of individual areas of economic, political, and social life. Of course, it still requires areas of economic, political, and social life. Of course, it still requires appropriate funding and the involvement of the younger generation. The organizers of IGF 2021 are aware that young internet users play a key role in the development of the internet. After all, the future belongs to them. Therefore, an important part of this year's Internet Governance Forum is the Youth IGF Summit. This year's edition of IGF is being held in a hybrid formula, so anyone interested can in person in Katowice or join us online. It's worth, ladies and gentlemen, being with us. And it's time now to officially begin. The first speaker will be Mr. Liu Zhenmin, United Nations Under-Secretary General for Economic and Social Affairs, who I now invite to the stage with very big pleasure. Mr. Zhenmin will take the floor, give us a short introduction before the Secretary General's speech. Please, come on stage.
Your Excellency, Mr. Duda, President of Poland, Your Excellency, Mr. Morawiecki, Prime Minister of Poland, Your Excellency, Mr. Krupa, Mayor for Katowice, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the United Nations Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, I warmly welcome you all to the official opening of the 16th Internet Governance Forum convened in Katowice. Due to the scheduling conflict, Secretary General Guterres is not able to join us today in person, but we have the honor to hear his address delivered from UN headquarters in New York. Now, please play the video for Secretary General Antonio Guterres' remarks.
The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the life-changing power of the internet. Digital technology has saved lives by enabling millions of people to work, study, and socialize safely online. But the pandemic has also magnified the digital divide and the dark side of technology, the lightning fast spread of misinformation, the manipulation of people's behavior, and more. We can only address these challenges united through strengthened cooperation, by establishing clear rules to safeguard human rights and fundamental freedoms, by regaining control over our data, by countering disinformation and hate speech, and by connecting everyone to the internet by 2030. The Internet Governance Forum has a crucial role in shaping the conversation. The vision of an open, free, and secure digital future underpins my roadmap for digital cooperation. And my recent report on our common agenda proposes a global digital compact aimed at bringing governments, the private sector, and civil society together in support of this vision. I hope this forum will create momentum and spur progress. I urge you to be bold, and I wish you successful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Dear participants, I join Secretary General Antonio Guterres in extending our heartfelt thanks to our host, the government of the Republic of Poland. I thank President Duda for his pre-recorded speeches going to be delivered. I also thank Prime Minister Morawiecki for his personal participation here today at this opening. The 16th IGF theme, Internet United, is timelier than ever as we continue to witness how the COVID-19 pandemic disrupts our lives of human beings. The pandemic has impacted how we live, how we work, and how we interact with each other, and how those unconnected are left further behind. The IGF could deliver its promise for shaping a digital future for the world, turning the COVID-19 crisis into opportunities. Indeed, this is easier said than done, as global internet governance is complex. But united, we can succeed together. So, distinguished participants, joining us at this hybrid meeting, on-site and online, as of last night, there are over 8,000 registered participants representing governments, international and intergovernmental organizations, civil societies, academia, technical communities, and businesses. All the participants engaged in over 200 different sessions focused on the forum's main areas, from access and activity to socio-economic development, human rights, trust and cooperation, to environment and emerging regulations. I believe there will be insightful exchanges highlighting the promises and perils of the digital space, showcasing solutions and approaches and inspiring ways forward to our digital future. And the way forward should reach those who can make a concrete impact. The United Nations remains fully committed to working for a better internet for all through a strong IGF process. I look forward to being part of many important exchanges at the Katowice IGF. I wish this 16th Internet Governance Forum in Katowice a great success. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Liu Zhenmin, Undersecretary General for Economic and Social Affairs. Thank you for your speech and thank you for being in person with us in Katowice. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to give the floor to the President of Poland. Mr. Andrzej Duda will now deliver his opening remarks in the form of video message.
Distinguished guests, dear attendees of the 16th UN Internet Governance Forum, it's my great pleasure and true honor to welcome you to IGF 2021 in a beautiful and vibrant Polish city of Katowice. Regretfully, I'm unable to join you personally today. However, it's with great satisfaction that I can greet you, the most reputable internet community, send you my best wishes and to address you by means of this video. Your numerous presence here on the site in Katowice, but also online due to the current pandemic situation, only shows the significance of the digital space in present days and how important its issues are for us all. Let's be honest. If there was no internet, we would not be able to meet in such a big numbers these days. It's true that we all live in a digital world. Yet we also live in a time of great challenges which affects this digital dimension of human activity. Therefore, we all seek an environment which can be secure, neutral, and trusted. It's only up to us, the global community, how we design it and how we organize it. Digital transformation is simply a must for our global well-being. But we still need to answer some crucial questions, such as how does digitalization change our lives? How can we fully benefit from it globally? What is our vision for future education? Can we fully trust the emerging technologies? And how can we harvest its benefits? Or how do we preserve human rights in a digital space? These questions need to be answered in a collective manner, not just by a country, by a region, or by a group of stakeholders. What we really need is a joint concert effort, otherwise it will simply not work. Dear participants, I'm truly delighted that today Poland is at the heart of the debate on these vital problems. Some of you have made a long journey to come here, to Central Europe, a region of unique energy, home to ambitious nations, as well as hard-working, talented and creative individuals. I have no doubt you will appreciate the character of this amazing region, extending from the Baltic in the north to the Black and Adriatic Seas in the south. I'm especially happy to see such a great response from younger generations of internet users. Your voice is so important in the process to be discussed in Katowice over the next 7 days. The future is yours, and so is this debate. Talking about future, I simply cannot miss this opportunity to mention that this year we celebrate the 100th birthday anniversary of Stanisław Lem, a visionary writer and futurologist. Lem once said, "We don't want to conquer the cosmos. We simply want to extend the boundaries of Earth to the frontiers of the cosmos." But does the internet really have no boundaries? And if so, can we extend them beyond the boundaries of our habits? Is the global network the final frontier? I'm sure those questions will be an inherent part of your dialogue, especially that the main theme of this year's UN IGF in Poland is Internet united, free, open, and indivisible. I wish you undisturbed intellectual work, fruitful and passionate discussions, as well as brave conclusions. May your debate result in making the Internet a valuable and enriching space, as well as secure, inclusive, and trusted dimension of human activity. Good luck.
It was the President of the Republic of Poland, Mr. Andrzej Duda. Ladies and gentlemen, today the Prime Minister of Poland, Mr. Mateusz Morawiecki, is with us in Katowice and will take the floor now. Please.
Panie i Panowie, drogi Panie Zastępco Sekretarza Generalnego do spraw zarządzania globalnym internetem, wszyscy szanowni ministrowie, parlamentarzyści, drodzy goście. Od dawna świat wirtualny i świat realny zaczęły się splatać ze sobą najpierw w literaturze, najpierw w science fiction, potem coraz bardziej w życiu realnym, aż wreszcie dzisiaj obserwujemy połączenie tych dwóch światów w ramach naszego życia codziennego, w ramach spraw związanych z gospodarką, z życiem gospodarczym, mediami społecznościowymi czy administracją publiczną, samorządową i po prostu kontaktami międzyludzkimi. Stajemy się zatem dzisiaj członkami jednej wielkiej globalnej społeczności internetowej, która może być przyczyną znakomitego rozwoju w przyszłości, a jednocześnie może stanowić pewnego rodzaju pułapkę i zagrożenie. Trochę jak znany od dawna nóż, którym można kroić chleb, a jednocześnie można uczynić krzywdę. Internet jest właśnie takim narzędziem, tylko o wiele, wiele bardziej wpływającym na życie wszystkich ludzi jednocześnie na całym świecie. Internet jest wspaniałą obietnicą dotyczącą życia w przyszłości, życia ludzi ze sobą połączonych coraz lepszą siecią, coraz bardziej wydajną siecią. I jednocześnie doświadczamy tego w wielu dziedzinach naszego życia, jak chociażby w służbie zdrowia. Spotykając się dzisiaj tutaj z Państwem rok po zaplanowanej wcześniej dacie, rok po odwołanym wcześniej forum, wiemy doskonale, jak wielką siłę ma pandemia. Ale to jednocześnie wdrożone rozwiązania internetowe, elektroniczna recepta, elektroniczne skierowanie, elektroniczne zwolnienia uratowały wiele istnień ludzkich, choćby w Polsce, gdzie na czas te rozwiązania wdrożyliśmy. To są te dobre strony internetu. Ale jednocześnie doświadczamy bardzo wielu ataków hakerskich, coraz większych ataków ze strony różnych państw, gdzie internet jest używany jako broń. I dlatego mało jest ważniejszych spraw, jak ta, aby dzisiaj na forum Narodów Zjednoczonych, Organizacji Narodów Zjednoczonych wypracować wspólne rozwiązania w zakresie zarządzania internetem. Jeśli nie płacisz za produkt, to produktem jesteś ty. Myślę, że ta fraza dobrze oddaje kondycję jednostki w dobie mediów społecznościowych, w dobie internetu. Jeśli nie płacisz za produkt, to produktem jesteś ty. Musimy zdać sobie sprawę z tego, jak wielką bronią jest internet i jak konieczne jest dzisiaj wypracowanie pod kierunkiem Narodów Zjednoczonych, specjalnie do tego powołanych organizacji i jednostek, odpowiednich zarządzeń i odpowiedniego systemu zarządczego. I to jest wyzwanie na miarę XXI wieku. Wyzwanie, któremu możemy sprostać tylko wspólnie. Tak jak kiedy 100 lat temu pojawiły się pierwsze monopole, już z okładem 100 lat, i państwa narodowe poradziły sobie z tym, przynajmniej w dużym stopniu, poprzez powołanie odpowiednich instytucji antymonopolowych. Tak dziś stoimy u progu wyzwań globalnych. Poradzić sobie musimy z monopolami globalnymi, a w odniesieniu do dyskusji o internecie musimy wypracować globalne rozwiązania w temacie internetu. To jedno z największych wyzwań ludzkości. To jedno z największych wyzwań stojących przed Organizacją Narodów Zjednoczonych. Ale tak jak została ona powołana po II wojnie światowej, aby uczynić świat lepszym, aby dbać o pokój, o stabilność, o rozwój w XX wieku, tak sądzę, że dziś również Organizacja Narodów Zjednoczonych podoła tym wyzwaniom XXI wieku. A jednym z tych największych wyzwań jest właśnie wypracowanie najlepszych praktyk, modelu i obowiązków dla wszystkich państw na świecie w zarządzaniu tym wspaniałym narzędziem, które rodzi jednak dla ludzi wiele ryzyk, tworzy wiele nowych ryzyk. Jestem jednak przekonany, że ta konferencja tutaj w Katowicach, w Polsce, przyczyni się do wypracowania nowych rozwiązań, a jednocześnie przyczyni się do wdrożenia tych rozwiązań we wszystkich państwach całego świata. Dziękuję bardzo organizatorom, dziękuję panu zastępcy sekretarza generalnego, który jest tutaj dzisiaj z nami, i wszystkim państwu uczestnikom życzę owocnych obrad i życzę wypracowania jak najwięcej konkretnych rozwiązań dla dobra całej ludzkości. Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. The Prime Minister of the Republic of Poland, Mr. Mateusz Morawiecki, thank you for your speech. And in this moment, ladies and gentlemen, I have to emphasize that the Chancellor of the Prime Minister is the co-organizer of the IGF 2021. Thank you very much. And as we are in Katowice, let's give the floor to the mayor of the city, Mr. Marcin Krupa, who will deliver his opening remarks. You are now invited to listen and to watch his speech.
Szanowni Państwo, drodzy goście, kilkanaście lat temu nasze miasto postawiło pierwszy krok w kierunku swojej przemiany. Skupiliśmy wówczas uwagę na innowacyjności i kreatywności, również, a może i przede wszystkim swoich mieszkańców, bez których ta transformacja nie mogłaby się dokonać. Był to impuls, dzięki któremu Katowice stały się jednocześnie ośrodkiem nowoczesnych technologii, miastem wielkich wydarzeń i centrum spotkań biznesowych. Międzynarodowe Centrum Kongresowe, w którym Państwa gościmy, jest jednym z najlepszych efektów tej przemiany. Mam wielki zaszczyt przywitać Państwa na Światowym Forum Zarządzania Internetem. Polska po raz pierwszy jest gospodarzem tego prestiżowego wydarzenia. Jestem ogromnie dumny, że to kolejne wydarzenie pod egidą ONZ w Katowicach. Zaczęło się bowiem w 2018 roku szczytem klimatycznym COP24. Teraz spotykamy się na IGF, a już w przyszłym roku będziemy gościć uczestników Światowego Forum Miejskiego WUF 11. To pokazuje, jak ważnym ośrodkiem na mapie świata stały się Katowice. Nie pozostaje mi nic innego, jak serdecznie Państwa zaprosić do wspólnej dyskusji na temat przyszłości internetu. Niech to spotkanie będzie owocnym miejscem wymiany myśli i doświadczeń w zakresie zarządzania internetem. Witam Państwa w Katowicach.
Mr. Marcin Krupa, City Mayor of Katowice. Katowice, a town who became the center of a global debate about the development of the internet. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for the opening statements from representatives of stakeholder groups. I know that Doreen Bogdan-Martin, Director of the Telecommunication Development Bureau, ITU, is with us online. Good morning, hello, greetings from Katowice. You're now invited to take the floor.
Thank you so much. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to join you for the opening of this 2021 edition of the IGF, representing ITU Secretary General Hulin Zhao, who was not able to be with us today. This year's meeting in Katowice has a particularly special meaning for me because of my Polish heritage. It's also special for all of us at ITU because this year marks the 100th anniversary of Poland's ITU membership. Let me take a moment to thank the government of Poland for its many valuable contributions to our work over so many years and for its continued active engagement in our mission to connect the world. This year's IGF challenges all of us to think about the internet as one community. Internet United is much more than just a theme. It's an urgent call to action to bring meaningful connectivity to all. Our new data released by ITU last week show that internet uptake dramatically accelerated during the pandemic. We had what we call a COVID boost with almost 800 million users coming online since 2019. That's encouraging news, but it's still very far from good enough because our figures also indicate that 2.9 billion people, or 37% of the world's population, remain totally shut out of the online world. With December passing quickly, we're nearing the dawn of a new year. I believe that year may be the most critical in generations in terms of our efforts to bridge the digital divide. In January, the UN community will come together in Doha, Qatar for the LDC 5 conference. And in a few short months that follow, ITU will hold its World Telecommunications Standardization Assembly, its World Telecommunications Development Conference, and its 2022 Plenipotentiary Conference. For the ITU, the lessons of the pandemic present us with an unmissable opportunity, an opportunity to push connectivity to the very top of the global development agenda and to leverage a holistic approach to collaboration to shape a new world where a fast, safe, and affordable internet connection is not a given, is a given, pardon me, it's not a privilege. So where a fast, safe, and affordable internet connection is a given. Ladies and gentlemen, ITU has been a staunch supporter of the IGF since its inception at the World Summit on the Information Society, for which we served, of course, as a lead agency. As we look ahead to the shape of a future IGF Plus, as foreseen in the UN Secretary General's high-level panel report on digital cooperation, ITU will work hard to further strengthen this partnership to drive broader participation and accelerate progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals. I hope many of you will join us for our forthcoming World Telecommunication ICT Policy Forum, where we will meet to discuss how to better harness emerging technologies to drive sustainable development. I wish you a very successful IGF 2021, and I look forward to working alongside you to build an equitable, sustainable, and inclusive digital future for all. Thank you very much.
Doreen Bogdan Martin, thank you very much for your opening statement. Mr. Ralph Mupita, President and CEO of the MTN Group, is with us online also. Hello, good morning. Greetings from Katowice. Do you hear us? Great to see you.
Good morning, I can hear you loud and clear.
The floor is yours then.
No, thank you so much, and a very good afternoon, morning, and evening, depending on your timeline. I am dialing in from Johannesburg, South Africa, and just to wish all the attendees to this very auspicious forum and the matters that are being discussed within the context of internet and internet freedoms. Maybe just to start with some perspective of MTN Group and the role that we've seen ourselves and other operators playing to enable more and more people to connect to the internet and remain digitally included. You know, we serve close on to 270 million subscribers across 20 markets, largely on the African continent, but we also serve markets in the Middle East. In Africa, we are serving about 17 African countries, where we have operations there, generally number 1 or number 2 across these markets in the size and scale of our business and the customers that we cover, and in terms of internet connectivity to these customers, you know, over time. And I think for many, it will be interesting to remind them that there are many markets where people are still not enjoying the benefits of the internet and what it can do to transform societies. And we have actually, you know, smartphone penetration as a proxy for internet connectivity at best about 40%. So 60% of those subscribers that we're dealing with actually are not enjoying the benefits of the internet. But what we've seen in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, as the pandemic, you know, started to transform lives and livelihoods from March last year, has been a clear divide about those who have and those who don't have. Those who have and don't have access to the internet. We saw in March last year into the first couple of waves across markets that for those who had access to the internet, they were able to carry on. They were able to continue their normal economic activities and more broader social activities. We saw kids were able to go to school online for those who were privileged, but for those who weren't privileged to have access to the internet and the tools that are needed for continuing education, you know, they were stranded. And in some of our countries, children have this, the countries we operate in, some children have not gone to school since March last year. So we're having a generation of children who would have been left behind at best, but or at worst, their education has been completely disrupted. And there were other evidence and examples of this impact of showing the very stark divide between those who have and those who don't have. We've seen a significant surge for those who have in terms of data usage across, and in some markets, our data traffic is about 170% up from the same period 2 years ago, which shows that there's a lot more interaction and engagement in the internet across pretty much the markets that we operate in, as I said, predominantly in Africa. We've taken a view as a company that one of the things that we need to build as a core to our strategy has to be around accelerating broadband coverage, over the next 2 to 3 years, so that in pretty much all our markets, we can have people covered by at least 3G technology at the 90% level. And we believe that will, even the countries that have the most challenged environments should be able to get to that level of coverage, so that we can ultimately get to the universal coverage, well before the UN goals of 2030. So we want to be able to accelerate that, and we will have to work not only in kind of traditional modes, but also we'll need to think about working with satellite companies and alternative technologies to be able to reach that last mile where people would otherwise not have access. So we believe quite fundamentally that the need for universal coverage is fast becoming a human right. It is provided largely by the private sector, but policy frameworks, incentives to continue the investment into providing more access, we will need these to be provided also by governments and stakeholders more broadly. We fundamentally believe that we need to maintain the internet freedoms. So we do believe in an open internet. We want information to flow, and we want the internet to remain safe. Those three things for us are pretty sacrosanct. The so-called internet freedoms need to be maintained. And we also do want to call out, the ITU and, structures more broadly to support the operators as they operate in environments where these internet freedoms may get challenged from time to time by governments. We've experienced that in several of our markets, and we're not in a position as an operator, to operate outside of license conditions, as well as outside of the legal and regulatory frameworks of countries. But the need to protect internet freedoms, to enable commerce, to enable people to continue being educated, access to health, and so forth, we believe that these things are very, very important for the socioeconomic development of markets more generally. But I speak, with the hat of Africa in particular, so that we can see the socioeconomic progress fully realized in the potential that Africa has in particular. So with those comments, I just want to wish all of you well, and wish that you have a very successful conference, and for the IGF, continued success going into the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your interesting remarks. And now I have a great pleasure in inviting to the stage Ms. Kosiławi Anna Akpału-Kamasa, who is with us in Katowice. Welcome to the stage. And the floor is yours, of course.
Thank you, moderator. Hello, everyone. It is a pleasure for me to be here. My name is Kosiławi Anna Akpału-Kamasa. I am a student at University of Lomé in Togo. I represent the IGF youth and my community. My subject is the perspective of young people and their position in internet governance sphere. I'm so grateful for this opportunity, and at the meantime, there are millions of youth like me who does not have this opportunity. I would like, in the future, the program will extend. What I learned from the pandemic, the internet becomes a human right and social issue due to the economic lack of education and poverty. I would like to see the governments and the UN collaborate as mentioned on the SG Day 17. It will be a duty for me as the IGF youth representative to spread program and benefits of the program to a youth people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Miriam Kühne, chair of the RIPE community, would like to say a few words to all the participants of the IGF 2021 in Katowice. Miriam, do you hear us? Hello, good morning.
Me too.
Hello, Miriam?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Everyone can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you.
It's your time now.
Thank you very much. Great. Thanks for the introduction. Dear Excellencies, colleagues and friends there in Katowice, my name is Miriam Kühne and I'm the chair of the RIPE community. I'm speaking here today on behalf of the Internet Technical Community. RIPE stands for Réseau IP Européen, which is the technical coordination group of network operators in Europe and beyond. Thank you very much for inviting me here to speak during the opening session of IGF 2021. And I especially want to commend the organizers in Poland for all their efforts to make this event a success despite all the difficult and unpredictable circumstances leading up to the event. And I also want to recognize the importance of our collective efforts to innovate and to come together in these online and hybrid events using the technology made available by the internet. And this also made internet governance more inclusive than ever, I believe. Our society's response to COVID-19 has illustrated just how central the internet is to our lives today. It's the internet that's kept us connected during this pandemic. And it's amazing that despite the additional load, the internet has, for the most part, kept running undisturbed. And this was possible to a large extent thanks to the collaboration and coordination of the technical community, and especially those who operate and maintain the internet's underlying infrastructure. I was really impressed to see how operators helped each other, especially in the beginning of the pandemic, when many of us had to be in quarantine or in lockdown and couldn't go to work or to the data centers. And network operators shared contact information and asked if they can help each other. While going to a data center, maybe they could help another operator while they were there. And don't forget, many of these operators are actually competitors. But they do know that the internet would not work without such collaboration, and then that they, and ultimately all of us, benefit from it. Sharing knowledge and information, learning from each other and helping each other out is an integral part of the technical community, and is one of the reasons the internet exists in the first place. The RIPE community, for instance, is over 30 years old, and even though it mostly deals with the technical aspects of the internet, it's pretty diverse and it's open to anybody. You could say it's multi-stakeholder avant la lettre. Of course, we all understand that the success of the internet and its importance to our daily lives brings with it new responsibilities. Not only do we need to build out and maintain the internet's technical infrastructure, we must also ensure that as we extend access to more people in our societies, we also protect users online and ensure their security and privacy. Public policy has an important role to play in addressing these concerns, and public policymakers in legislature and regulatory authorities around the world are urgently looking to develop and deploy policy solutions. And if anything, this sense of urgency has only increased in the last 2 years. But well-meaning policies, like any other powerful tool, can have unintended consequences, which could increase risks elsewhere or impact the operation of the Internet's underlying technical infrastructure that I've just described to you. And this is why the IGF continues to be such an important venue, bringing together people with different expertise in an open dialogue. The Internet is so broad and diverse that none of us can understand every aspect of its operations. We need to learn from each other, examine what works, what doesn't work. We need to understand each other's concerns and value each other's expertise. And just like the network operators in the RIPE community coordinate to ensure that we can all connect, we need to foster collaboration and cooperation on all levels and between all stakeholders. And as the IGF itself evolves to meet the needs of a changing Internet governance space, we need to keep that open, inclusive, transparent, and multi-stakeholder approach that has made the IGF such a unique example of how to manage governance at a global scale. The value and benefits we all get from the Internet are deeply rooted in its being an open, single, stable network of networks. It's global in nature and accessible to all. And we need to work together to ensure that it stays that way. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish us all a productive and insightful discussion in the days ahead.
Miriam Kühne, Chair of the RIPE community, thank you very much for your inspiring comments. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a pleasure now inviting to the stage Republic of Poland Plenipotentiary for UN IGF 2021, Mr. Krzysztof Schubert. Welcome to the stage, the floor is yours.
Ekscelencjo, Panie Premierze, Państwo Ministrowie, Szanowni Goście, jest mi niezmiernie miło gościć Państwa osobiście w Katowicach, w mieście, które się bardzo zmienia, przechodzi transformację i staje się miastem nowoczesnym, nastawionym na innowacyjność. Mam przyjemność podsumować pierwszy dzień i powiedzieć kilka słów, co jeszcze przed nami. Pierwszy dzień, jak Państwo widzieliście, bardzo pełny, szereg debat, szereg spotkań, bardzo ciekawe, zróżnicowane środowisko, które dyskutuje o najważniejszych tematach i wyzwaniach świata cyfrowego. Mamy rzeczywiście wielostronne środowisko, w którym rozmawiamy, czyli to, na czym zależało ONZ-owi, multi-stakeholder approach. Mamy rzeczywiście to teraz w Katowicach. Patrząc po rejestracjach, 8 000 osób, jak pan Ludzimin wspomniał, 4,5 tysiąca osób zarejestrowanych on-site, czyli do obecności tutaj z nami fizycznej, z wielu kontynentów, kilkudziesięciu państw. To jest naprawdę to, na czym nam zależało. Udało się to doprowadzić. Pomimo wielu niedogodności, poprzedni rok całkowicie zdalny, czyli 15. edycja szczytu cyfrowego ONZ zupełnie zdalna, natomiast z ogromnym komponentem polskim. Polacy brali aktywny udział w 50 panelach, w 50 wydarzeniach i to zostało zauważone. W tym roku mamy przed nami 300 wydarzeń, pierwszy dzień zakończony. W kilku słowach, co tego dnia się wydarzyło tak naprawdę, o czym rozmawialiśmy. 4 duże obszary dyskusji. Pierwszy infrastruktura, czyli dostęp do sieci, dostęp do nowoczesnej infrastruktury, sieci 5G, 6G, kolejne prędkości, ale też i dostęp w ogóle do internetu, o czym też tutaj mówiliśmy. Drugi obszar, bardzo szeroko komentowany w panelach, to usługi świata cyfrowego, zarówno usługi świadczone przez administrację, jak i usługi świadczone przez biznes. Ostatnie 2 lata pandemii pokazały, jak ten świat cyfrowy jest ważny. Bez tego nie byłoby interakcji z administracją, nie moglibyśmy załatwiać spraw biznesowych, nie moglibyśmy się uczyć. Także wiele obszarów, które udało się w tym czasie nam przygotować. Przeszliśmy pewnie wszyscy bardzo przyspieszony kurs nauki wszystkich możliwych aplikacji do pracy zdalnej. Także naprawdę czas wykorzystany i wiele z tych elementów z nami zostanie. Trzeci duży obszar, o którym rozmawialiśmy, to kompetencje szeroko rozumiane świata cyfrowego. Im bardziej jesteśmy w tym świecie cyfrowym, tym jesteśmy bardziej narażeni na wiele też niebezpiecznych sytuacji, o których wszyscy tutaj mówili nasi przedmówcy. Jest to obszar bardzo ważny do zaadresowania i to też się oczywiście dzieje. Czwarty duży obszar, szeroko rozumiane cyberbezpieczeństwo, zarówno z perspektywy firm, obywateli, administracji, także obszar bardzo, bardzo szeroki. Dwa duże jeszcze bloki, które pojawiły się w spotkaniach, to jest potrzeba współpracy międzynarodowej, szczególnie właśnie tej wielostronnej, czyli gdzie biznes, administracja, świat nauki, organizacje pozarządowe, organizacje technologiczne na równych prawach ze sobą dyskutują, wypracowują konkluzje, wypracowują standardy. Również współpraca w obszarze cyfrowym pomiędzy państwami w różnych formatach. Mieliśmy tutaj możliwość spotkać wielu ministrów z wielu państw świata, rozmawiać o możliwościach współpracy zarówno w formatach tutaj naszych europejskich, jak V4, Trójmorze, Unia Europejska, szersza perspektywa, także współpraca międzynarodowa, ogromnie ważny komponent. I to, co ciekawe, co też nowe, co pojawiło się podczas pierwszego dnia, też wiele rozmów o inwestycjach, czyli jak tak naprawdę ten rozwój cyfrowy wspierać, bo bez funduszy, bez inwestycji nie będzie to możliwe. Zarówno chodzi o małe firmy, o startupy, o wsparcie pomysłów, o rozwijanie tych firm, także to jest też to, co nowego pojawiło się na IGF-ie. Bardzo ważny komponent, który został też wspomniany, nowy, zaproponowany przez Polskę w tym roku, czyli szczyt młodych, czyli spotkanie kadry senioralnej z młodzieżą, z ludźmi, którzy dopiero wchodzą na ten rynek, którzy w najbliższym czasie przejmą po nas zarządzanie światem cyfrowym, programowanie tego świata. O dziwo spotkało się to z bardzo dużym zainteresowaniem. Nie byliśmy do końca pewni, jak to zostanie przyjęte. Pełna sala audytorium tutaj w Międzynarodowym Centrum Konferencyjnym. Bardzo dużo ciekawych rozmów i po, i w trakcie tego wydarzenia. Także to jest to, co było pierwszego dnia. Wieczór podsumowaliśmy, mam nadzieję, przepięknym koncertem w Nosprze. Wiele wydań artystów, wiele bardzo ciekawych nowych interpretacji, także naprawdę bardzo miło spędzony czas, a przed nami jeszcze 4 dni, czyli mamy jeszcze spotkania high level, wiele sesji, kilkadziesiąt najróżniejszych jeszcze wydarzeń bardzo, bardzo ważnych przed nami. Ja jednocześnie chciałbym bardzo serdecznie podziękować ONZ-owi za przyznanie nam prawa do organizacji 16. edycji szczytu cyfrowego ONZ Internet Governance Forum, Forum Zarządzania Internetem, chociaż tak naprawdę od wielu lat zmienia się perspektywa na znacznie bardziej strategiczną. Czyli nie rozmawiamy już tylko o zarządzaniu internetem, ale o wszystkim, co na tym internecie tak naprawdę działa. Chodzi i o regulacje, i o zmiany, o nowe technologie, o przyszłe technologie, wspomniane technologie kwantowe, technologie HPC, High Performance Computing. To jest to też, o czym żeśmy rozmawiali w ciągu pierwszego dnia i z pewnością będziemy to kontynuowali podczas spotkań w kolejnych dniach, do czego bardzo serdecznie Państwa zapraszam, jednocześnie prosząc o komentowanie i aktywny udział we wszystkich wydarzeniach, wykorzystując hashtag IGF 2021. Dziękuję Państwu bardzo za obecność.
Thank you very much, Krzysztof Schubert. Thank you very much for making a short summary of the first day of IGF 2021. And in this way, ladies and gentlemen, the official part of the opening ceremony is nearing its end, but we still have for you a cultural show. In a moment, a great artist will perform especially for you, dear guests, dear participants of the IGF 2021 in Katowice. He's a classical pianist, composer, conductor, as well as entrepreneur and public speaker. He started playing piano at the age of 14, but a few months later he won his first piano competition. At the age of 18, he played at the Théâtre des Champs-Élysées in Paris. His breakthrough came in 2010 at the most important piano competition in the world, Chopin Piano Competition in Warsaw, where he won more prizes than anyone else that year. He has performed in the most prestigious halls in Europe, Asia, and both Americas. Recently, together with his wife, they founded Apasio and Apasimo, a music and art education startup used by universities. He appears also as a speaker representing the music world. He has spoken and participated in the discussion at the World Economic Forum in Davos and also in San Diego during the world's largest educational conference, and of course, a lot of other places. Passion is a key word in his life. Today, he is with us in Katowice and played 3 pieces by famous Polish composers. Wojciech Kilar, theme of the film Trędowata precz z moich oczu, Ignacy Jan Paderewski, Menuet G-dur, Opus 14, number 1, and Frédéric Chopin, Polonaise As-dur, Opus 53. Additionally, he will speak about the importance of quality music and music education for all of us in a world full of technology and artificial intelligence. Please give a big applause to Ingolf Wunder. Ingolf Wunder.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. It's my huge pleasure to be here today in Poland at the IGF and to talk to such a great international crowd of people who all deeply care about digital transformation. Thank you so much for having me. Today, I would like to talk to you about the importance of music, quality music, and music education in a world full of AI. We are surrounded by technology, and we definitely live in a world of overstimulation. The smartphone became our best companion, and with the current crazy times we live through, we get even more connected to computers. I'm a musician, as you heard, but my wife and I, we also have an internet startup. I love technology, and on that journey so far, we got to know the up and downsides of technology and got to know how they can influence our human evolution. However, our tech consumption habits might change in the future. It's quite safe to assume that we go into a world where most segments of our lives will be controlled to some degree by an AI. And through these AI systems, we'll be continuously being bombarded by audio, video, content 24/7 and in record speeds. And it's very important to know that all these streams of content that come into our brain are immediately evaluated with the two minds within us. We have the conscious mind and we have the subconscious mind. The conscious one runs on a computer equivalent speed of about 40 to 100 bits per second, which is quite decent already. But our subconscious mind runs on a mind-blowing 40 to 100 million bits per second. So while your conscious brain can only focus on a few things at the same time, your subconscious mind takes in everything. So in fact, everything you have ever experienced, thought, or listened to stays to some degree in your brain. And in those streams of content, there's almost always also some music present. Music and sounds is something we simply cannot get away from. Even if you cover your ears, you still hear the sounds. But before we go deeper into the relationship of music and tech, it's important to answer this basic question. Why is music and sounds, why is that so important for us humans and for our bodies? Why is it relevant? Well, firstly, we process sound the quickest. Therefore, they shoot a pistol at the start of a 100-meter race and they don't flash you in the face with a light. Secondly, music seems to have a very direct influence on our human nervous systems. Music makes us sad, music makes us happy, music makes us think, and music makes us focus. Music seems to have all these direct influences on our body. But why does music do this? Well, this is because of frequency. Music is obviously frequency, but if you zoom in on a quantum level, all of the trillions of our cells are frequency too. They're waves. And if you scientifically analyze that, you see that all the information we receive has a direct biological impact on our bodies. The science around this is called epigenetics. And it tells us that what some call your personal reality, so what you thought, what you eat, what you think, this is thought, and of course what you listen to, has a direct influence on how our DNA blueprint is being used in order to make proteins. And these proteins make up the cells, and the cells in the group are what we call us. And here's the thing. Billions of cells die every day and are replaced by newly created ones. And these new ones have been directly altered by your personal reality. And when I first learned about this, it blew my mind, almost literally. So it means that it's scientifically proven that what you listen to changes you biologically. And as a musician who became conscious of these things, I can tell you firsthand that the influence of music on our bodies and brains is absolutely profound. And what I can also tell you is that the more quality music has, the more good change it's doing within us. I'll come to this in a bit, but quality in music means it gives our body more information, more diversification, more emotional details, more shades, and so on. And all of this happens to all of us every day, no matter if you're aware of it, or no matter if you're a musician or not. So I'm asking you, if you know what you know now, that it's scientifically proven that music changes our bodies and that quality music does it better, why would you feed yourself with low quality music exactly? Low quality music means that it has less diversification, less meaning, less details and shades. In fact, low quality music can be directly compared to junk food. And unless you're a 7-year-old kid, you wouldn't want to eat junk food every day, would you? But in order to know what we should eat or listen to in this example, it's very important to know what quality in music actually is. And this is a very hard one, because even specialists got used to saying, yeah, there are so many details, most of it is subjective, they say. You like this, I like that. Let's agree to disagree and let the market decide about quality. Well, this is obviously a wrong strategy, but there is indeed something subjective on top of it. And this is beautiful, because two people listening to the same piece of music will hear every time something slightly different every time they listen to it. This is wonderful. But underneath, there's a more objective and more important layer, which can be scientifically analyzed, measured, and passed on by human traditions. So if you take these two layers, subjective and objective, put them together, then you have roughly the overall quality of a piece of music. Unfortunately, in the second half of the 20th century, we let this overall quality of music go down quite rapidly. And unfortunately, it left a world where we have billions of people being surrounded day in and day out by low quality music. And by the way, low quality is not genre specific. There's great and bad pop music as well as great and bad classical music. And with this overall downfall of quality, we unfortunately also influenced the conscious and subconscious music understanding and sensitivity of billions of people today. And this is something we urgently need to fix. In my opinion, making sure we have high quality music for billions of people is right up there in terms of importance with all the other SDGs. In fact, it falls directly into SDG number 3, good health and well-being, and SDG number 4, quality education. So we know now that music influences our body and that quality music does it better. But why is it relevant in a world full of tech? Well, as most of you know, we are at crossroads currently, and the technology that leads us into the future, while in depth only understood by very few people, is being used by billions of people. And it has us already halfway through in the singularity, or at least in a world where it's very hard to distinguish human and machine. A few examples. Imagine AI composing your personal music without you ever learning anything about composition. Imagine an AI doing your law work without you being a lawyer. Or imagine an AI system healing you without you visiting a doctor. Or the obvious one, imagine a world where you can just Google something by thinking. As most of you know, we are almost already in that world, and it will take only a few steps until we are completely in. Some of us will go there voluntary, some of us involuntary. And for music, this means we have to ask ourselves questions like, what is quality? I touched upon that. Who will be the judge of quality? An AI? My mood? My informed or uninformed opinion? And how are we giving billions of people the needed sensitivity back to become consciously aware of these quality differences? You know, the ones that our bodies take in anyway, whether you know or not. In my opinion, it's very important to think about these questions and to dream up solutions around them. Because what has happened in the past was actually quite the opposite. We made sure that humans become less sensitive, that we create art with less meaningful differences, with less shades, with less musicality, less naturalness. In other words, we made sure that we humans become a bit less human and a bit more machine. At the same time, computers, AI, and technology rapidly increase its capabilities. And at this low quality music level, machines almost don't need us anymore. They are just scaling by themselves very fast. So if you have this human curve going down, making us a bit less human, a bit more machine, and you have the technology curve going up rapidly, you clearly see the problem we are facing. But don't get me wrong, technology is a huge opportunity. And I believe it can be used to make good change and to propel this good thing and help us on our path. In fact, I believe we must get that right, because this human fine-tuning and musical quality is a layer that isn't used much or not at all in that transformation. And it leaves a world where basically only sellability and scalability decides about quality of things. And I wouldn't want my kid to grow up in a world where junk food would get the label of best quality food ever. What we should be focusing on is making us more sensitive, making us more humane in a way, and creating art and music with more subtle differences, naturalness, musicality, and teach technology to help us on that path. It's a hand-in-hand process. In music, as in many other subjects, the most important questions of this century will be around ethics, quality, and value. Fortunately, there are startups like Pauline Wunders and mine that try to tackle in music exactly these things. And as you know, technology is getting so much better so quickly that, frankly speaking, there isn't an awful lot of time left for us humans to become better at being human. I'm very optimistic though, and especially as a musician, because I believe for all of us this quality music factor can play a key role in that transformation. But I'm also very optimistic for the youth, because music education and quality music gives you all these neuronal connections, this value understanding and sensibility that makes kids and adults more sensitive to the world around them. In addition, music education makes kids almost better at everything they do, from finance, engineering, maths to coding. Therefore, in my opinion, it's an absolute must that music gets again the same importance in normal schools as other main subjects. It's a globally added value, and it's high time that we take STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, and make STEAM out of it: science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. So if you're a curious young person or an adult with kids, I invite you dearly to open your mind and become conscious of this musical awareness. I promise you it's going to be the best present you will ever do to yourself or to your kids. Far, far in the future, when humans or whatever creatures will look back at our times and will ask questions like, did they find the human place in a world full of AI? Or were they flushed away by the avalanche of data because we were unable to collaborate and use tech the right way? It cannot be repeated often enough. It's amongst the most important things to deal with quality, value, and ethics questions in supposedly subjective fields. And also try to improve as humans and not only the machines. I believe we can leverage the power of quality music to make us smarter, more sensitive, more empathetic, happier, and healthier. And at the end of the day, isn't that all we want? Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you very much. Katowice, Poland. It was a huge pleasure.
Thank you very much. What a performance and what a speech. Ingolf Wunder, thank you for being with us in Katowice. Ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony of the annual Internet Forum, Governance Forum, is nearing its end. The IGF 2021 in Katowice has started. I wish you a very, very successful and fruitful debate. And remember that this is an open debate about the future of the internet. Everyone can influence. Feel free to comment, to share your opinion. Thank you, all dear guests and participants here in Katowice, in the International Congress Center, and all those who are with us online. Thank you for your attention, for being with us, and have a great time, those who are in Katowice, in Poland. Thank you. Have a good day.
Szanowni Państwo, ja proponuję zacząć. Ladies and gentlemen, we start in 2-3 minutes. We are just waiting for the last panelist to join us on stage. Okay, so distinguished ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it's a great pleasure for me to be here with you today to the next agenda point of the Internet Governance Forum 2021 in Poland, in Katowice, high-level plenary panel, Investing in Digital Growth and Enabling Capacities. My name is Krzysztof Schubert, and I will be having the pleasure to moderate this session. This is a very special occasion for us, as for the very first time, Poland is organizing the official 16th edition of Internet Governance Forum, as well as having with us today on site leading decision makers in the field of digital transformation. Today, you will hear directly from them. We are very lucky in our panel that we have all the panelists on site with us on the stage. So we are really, really very happy and really appreciated that you are together with us on the stage. And let's give a warm welcome to Ms. Huria Ali Mahdi, State Minister of Innovation and Technology, Ethiopia. Ms. Teresa Czerwińska, Vice President, European Investment Bank. Ms. Maria Francesca Spatoliziano, Interim Head of Office, United Nations Office. Mr. Henry Verdier, French Ambassador for Digital Technology. And Mr. Viktor Smakarov, Special Envoy on Digital Issues at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Latvia. There will be as well a short video message in the second part of the meeting from Mr. Dmitry Chernyshenko, Deputy Prime Minister, Russian Federation, the 2025 host country. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt that digital transformation, including regulation, as well as investment and funding, are today the most important topics. Digital transformation is a complex process that carries enormous potential for human development and economic growth, but it's not free of challenges. The current pandemic has changed a lot of negative effects, especially for businesses. Many of them have had to face a new virtual reality. According to the World Bank's report, prepared in cooperation with Polish Agency for Enterprise Development, as a result of pandemic, 32% of the Polish companies started to use or increased the use of internet in the end. Social media, specialized application or digital platforms for businesses are as well very much present. What enterprises improved in this way was mainly sales 45%, marketing 38%, management 24%. Public administration also seen a major acceleration. SMEs not necessary. So I would like to start with a very open question to all our speakers. Based on your experience and perspective, what are the challenges in terms of digital transformation for the years to come, and what areas will require, if any, regulatory intervention? Such the time is very limited and we have a number of distinguished speakers. Please be so kind and limit your intervention to maximum 3-4 minutes. Let me give the floor to Ms. Huria Al Mahdi, State Minister of Innovation and Technology, Ethiopia. So maybe I will handle the voice to me. Yes? Okay. So the floor is yours, Minister.
Thank you. Have you started the question? Can you?
Yes. Based on your experience and perspective, what are the challenges in terms of digital transformation for the years to come? From your perspective, your personal feelings or opinions, and what areas will require, if any, regulatory intervention?
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Okay, as you know, digital transformation is a journey, but the journey in its nature, it's dynamic, fast, and requires multi-stakeholder involvement. So any effort should recognize this very nature digital transformation. For example, when my country or Ethiopia government designed its first digital strategy 2025, digital transformation strategy, the strategy highlighted the need to urgent, bold, and cooperation action to make the digital transformation successful. Because if we are not manage the digital technology, advanced proactive, it can significantly impede or took a nation out of development opportunity. Like, for example, lack of infrastructure, which includes connectivity and power, cyber security, digital literacy, lack of legal frameworks pose the challenges for the digital transformation journey. The other important factor is we lack a new mindset and the lack of leadership style from governance side. So it will be impossible to leverage digital opportunity or transformation without the commitment of the leadership and coming with a new mindset. So it needs to have a new mindset and commitment on the leadership. The other thing is also failing to understand the complexity of the digital ecosystem among the policymakers and stakeholders to address the challenges and explore the opportunities in challenge. So I believe failing to address this issue could be a challenge for digital transformation. Regardless the regulatory intervention, as you know, digital transformation needs vibrant technology entrepreneurship ecosystem, and the ecosystem requires enabling policies, regulations that embrace innovation and technology, allow tech entrepreneur and thrive. So if we take our experience adopting innovative and consultative approach to policymakers, designing stronger governance coordination, multi-stakeholder engagement, introducing new regulatory solutions for investment and doing businesses, and reversing procurements, telecom sector regulations are some regulatory interventions that our digital information strategy identifies regulatory information. These are the challenges we face.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Minister, for giving us an insight into Ethiopia perspective. It's really important that you have mentioned a few times the multi-stakeholder approach, which is really very important, especially that you will be hosting the IGF 2022-23 in the following year. So it's really very, very important. Now I will turn over to Ms. Teresa Czerwińska, Vice President, European Investment Bank.
Thank you very much, Chair. And let me start with a warm thank you to the organizers for this kind invitation. It's a great pleasure to represent the European Investment Bank at this very, very distinguished forum, the European Investment Bank, the EU Climate Bank. And our EIB group comprises the European Investment Bank and the European Investment Fund, and we are the biggest multilateral financial institution in the world and one of the largest providers of financing in areas of climate, innovation, and digitalization, with around 77 billion euros invested in projects every year around the world. So we believe events like today's are urgently important, particularly because the economic recovery is still vastly uncertain, and digitalization is the key factor which can mitigate this uncertainty. So we are happy to bring our experience to this debate and to show our experience at the forum. In our view, there are at least two major challenges for digital transformation to fully exploit this tremendous potential. And those are, from our perspective, first, the existing enormous digitalization gap between Europe and other major economies, and second, the uneven intensity of digitalization across regions and sectors in Europe and beyond. And let me today share with you European perspective of these issues. Yet many of patterns can be easily found in regions around the world. So on digitalization gap, today we are talking that pivotal role of digitalization is enabler of innovation, and sustainable growth implies large investment needs in the years to come, and the EU still underinvests the ICT sector in comparison with other major economies as the US and Japan. According to the latest estimates, the digitalization gap between Europe and other major economies is assessed at the level of 1% of GDP annually. So it's quite substantial gap in financing we are observing. It is why, for us, it's obvious that demand for green technologies and digitally enabled products and services will be important growth engines in coming years and decades. But what we need for digital and green transformation, we need some kind of structural shifts. And it requires extremely large investment programs. This is why collaboration between public and private players is so much needed to close this substantial investment gap. Of course, the digitalization gap is not the only concern. The EU shows substantial variation in digitalization intensity across regions, sectors, as well as individual firms. And on the regional level, among companies in Eastern and Southern Europe, digitalization is particularly low, well below the EU average. And those regions require special attention to ensure that all EU member states can truly benefit from the upcoming investment programs. To address this investment gap in the CEE region, particularly the European Commission, together with the EIB Group, EBRD, and World Bank Group, have launched digital innovation and scale-up initiative, and we as the EIB group, we are leading this exercise and supervising. So all in all, such collaborative efforts are true enablers for the twin transition, green and digital. And all in all, coming back to your question, what are the main challenges, I think, to be tackled by international community? Digital gap in financing, and also this very big variety among sectors and among regions in digital intensity.
Thank you, Ms. President. It was a really very interesting perspective from the European Investment Bank, also touching a bit of the financial side, and we will back to that later on as well. It's a very important topic. Our next speaker is Ms. Maria Francesca Spatoliziano, Interim Head Office, United Nations Office of the Secretary General's Envoy on Technology, to share her thoughts on digital transformation, answer the same question and your perspective.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here and to have this great audience, both online, virtually, and in presence to discuss these important, crucial themes. This morning in the opening session, we all heard from the leaders of Poland and the Undersecretary General in UN DESA how important, of course, is to address the opportunities that are given to us by these new technologies and to be mindful of the challenges and the risks. So I will not repeat that kind of premise, but it is very important to keep it in mind. Why? Because at the UN, of course, we are set to do our best to support countries and globally so that these new tools are used for the good of people, for a people-centered progress, to reduce the inequalities that exist and have been exacerbated during this pandemic within countries, among countries, thanks to the opportunities, thanks to these new digital tools, and to avert the risks and the challenges, or reduce or minimize those risks and challenges which come with the new tools. So that is the overall objective I wanted to put in front of you first. Technologies, of course, will more and more determine the economic pathways of countries, big and small, advanced and less advanced. So we really need to have a framework, we believe, at the UN, a global framework, which happens to be already starting in several places, a regulatory framework you asked about. Many rules exist, whether they are set by official institutions or in practice by private actors. Many rules exist. The question is whether they are the right rules, the good rules, which will help us to progress together. And for people to have, their dignity respected online as it is offline, for them to be able to seize the opportunities in the new employment and job markets and these kind of things. So what do we need? We need, of course, infrastructures. We need access to the infrastructures. We need skilled people to be able to be users of all this. And to do all this, as the president of the EIB said, we need investment to support all this. We can refer to the European Union, who has started, and I have here honorable representatives, have started to set some proposals about regulating the digital market and digital services. And that is a very welcome development which can inspire others. Of course, there are when we talk about regulations, we have to define a little bit what we want to regulate for what purpose. So it's not just a blanket approach. And there are different levels. Some regulations will be adopted at the national level, of course, or regional level. But we believe as UN that the area we are talking about, new technology, the internet, calls for a global approach. And so we offer, of course, the platform of the UN as a place where these debates can be developed in a global way and bring possibly consensus over the core principles we need in these regulations. And as you know, the Secretary General has presented a roadmap for technological cooperation, and the Office of the Tech Envoy is busy with the membership and the multi-stakeholder community to implement the pillars of that vision, and which is for an open, free, and safe, secure internet for all. Other entities of the UN, like UNESCO, have started putting the basis for, say, some principles in the area of artificial intelligence. Other, like ITU, are working on connectivity. I mean, the whole constellation of the UN entities has started working on implementing these principles. And let me add one more thing, which is that in September, the Secretary General presented his vision in a report called Our Common Agenda. And in that one, you have the cross-cutting theme of technology, people-centered digital transformation. And also in that document, we have the ambition, we have set the ambition to reach what we call a global digital compact in the year 2023. And I will come back to that in a second round maybe and tell you a little bit more about it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Francesca, for sharing your views and experiences. Really important that you have mentioned the regulation, because we are just in front of discussing the regulations on the European level. We have the acts like DSA, DMA, Digital Market Act, Digital Services Act, concerning also discussions on the platforms and the future in that sense of the internet and the freedom of doing businesses and being online. Now I would like to ask Mr. Henry Verdier, French ambassador for the digital technology. And Mr. Ambassador, you have quite a bit experience, as we discussed yesterday, also from the entrepreneur side. So it would be really interesting to see your perspective and what French people are thinking about that and where they are going.
Thank you, Minister. I suggest you to take your devices because I will speak French. Et je vais parler français, d'abord parce que nous sommes accueillis par l'ONU et nous avons une traduction de très grande qualité, que je remercie. Et ensuite, et c'est important parce que si nous voulons fabriquer cette transformation numérique, il me semble essentiel que chacun puisse venir avec sa pensée, son imaginaire, sa culture, et que nous entrions avec toutes nos valeurs et toute notre diversité dans le monde qui vient. So, j'ai attendu que tout le monde prenne son device. Pour répondre à votre question, je vais partager avec vous une idée très simple. Il y a 50 ans, quelques visionnaires, souvent académiques, ont imaginé Internet. Et ils ont créé pour l'humanité la plus grande plateforme d'innovation, d'accès à la culture, de coopération, de croissance économique dont nous avions jamais rêvé. Cet Internet, c'est notre bien commun le plus important et il a changé le monde. Et aujourd'hui, effectivement, nous avons à faire face à de grandes difficultés. La première, on en a beaucoup parlé ce matin, c'est le déséquilibre. Le déséquilibre dans l'accès à Internet, mais aussi le déséquilibre dans le contrôle, par exemple la maîtrise de l'intelligence artificielle, et peut-être aussi le déséquilibre dans ce qui est du commun et ce qui est recapturé. Et je crois qu'il nous importe à tous de conserver du commun, un cœur public de l'Internet, des modèles pour éduquer l'intelligence artificielle, des données publiques, etc. Donc le premier danger, c'est le déséquilibre. Le deuxième danger, c'est le détournement. Nos amis anglo-saxons disent la weaponization. Oui, il y a des cybercriminels. Oui, il y a parfois des États qui attaquent les infrastructures, qui manipulent l'information. Et il faut trouver des solutions à ces problèmes. Le troisième danger, disons-le, on ne l'a pas encore assez dit, je trouve, c'est que parfois, les modèles économiques de certaines entreprises dégénèrent. Et j'aimerais qu'on entende d'ailleurs que ce n'est pas Internet qui crée les fake news, c'est les réseaux sociaux, c'est des entreprises qui ont des modèles économiques qu'il faudra réguler. Mais après tout, on a régulé l'industrie, on a régulé l'automobile, on a régulé l'aviation, on a régulé en fait la plupart des grands secteurs industriels. Il faudra réguler les secteurs des réseaux sociaux. Et le défi, pour répondre à votre question, Monsieur le Ministre, c'est assez simple, c'est trouver les bonnes régulations qui respectent ce premier Internet, libre, ouvert, décentralisé, neutre et unifié, qui le protège, et qui soient les régulations de l'état de droit, des régulations multi-acteurs, multi-parties prenantes, multilatérales et surtout respectueuses de l'état de droit. Parce qu'on entend beaucoup de mauvaises solutions aussi quand on parle de régulation d'Internet. Et je vais peut-être terminer avec ça. Il y a un essayiste et pamphlétaire américain qui s'appelait M. Merken et qui disait « Face à tout problème complexe, il existe une solution simple, claire, mais fausse. » Alors ne trouvons pas les solutions simples, claires, mais fausses. Merci.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, Ambassador. So it's really important to regulate, but always not to over-regulate, yeah, because it may slow down the innovation and, in the end, development of the digital world. So it's always very important and very good to keep the balance between those two areas. And now I would like to ask Mr. Viktor Smakarov, Special Envoy on Digital Issues at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Latvia, to provide us with your perspective, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would like to go back to your introduction where you shared with us how difficult the pandemic has been for the Polish enterprises and businesses. And I think the Latvian experience has been very much the same. But I think there are interesting upsides to that as well. I'm quite sure that the economic damage from the pandemic would have been even more devastating had our society and businesses not relied on the elements of digital infrastructure, such as widespread access to internet, strongly digitalized public services. So this has prompted, and this is the upside, this has prompted not just the businesses, but also the societies to say it's actually possible to digitalize much more. So they have been nudged, and they have discovered that it is now not in 5 or 10 years. So you ask what the challenges are. I will not tell you all of the digital transformation strategy we have. It's a long document, but I'll give you 5. And my main point is going to be that for the businesses to digitalize, it's not happening in a vacuum. It's not going to be just about businesses. It's about the society as a whole. So, challenge number 1 for our businesses is actually to adopt digital technologies. The traditional ones, for some reason, it's not happening as fast as we would like. But there are also new technologies coming up, already mentioned, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, big data. We have to learn to use these technologies, otherwise we will not be competitive. The second challenge is about the workforce. Sometimes we have general problems with lack of workforce in numbers, but we also have the specific issue of upskilling people to work in enterprises that need to digitalize. This brings me to challenge number 3, human capital. It's about skills, such as basic skills. We need to upgrade. In Latvia, this is one of the priorities for us. Mid-level skills, but also we need more ICT experts. Very simple. But it's not just about skills, it's also about values and trust in digital. Without that, skills are not going to be relevant. Without that, people are not going to buy into the drive to digitalize. Number 4 is connectivity. Now, Latvia is one of the countries with some of the best internet. 1 in 4 Latvian households only have mobile broadband. But 5G is coming. It should be coming much faster. The ambition for us is in 6 years to have at least 4 Latvian cities with full 5G coverage. So this is number 4. And number 5 is regulation that was already mentioned here. Now, for Latvia, as a small country in the European Union, our regulatory environment is basically what the EU provides through the Single Digital Market. Digital Markets Act has been already mentioned here. It has to provide fair access and fair competition. Otherwise, the small and medium enterprises will lose out to the big companies. And we hope that this regulation will be adopted next year, and we do place all of our hopes into the French presidency of the EU Council. But also the Artificial Intelligence Act is going to establish rules for what you can and what you cannot do in terms of applications of artificial intelligence. And this is what the businesses absolutely need for them to innovate and for them to dare to implement AI in their homes. There are also a number of other regulatory acts coming up in Europe that have this very important impact on the businesses, that they have to create more trust in digital, without which businesses will not survive. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. I like very much the challenge number 1, the relatively slow or low implementation of the latest digital technologies by small and medium-sized businesses, because we see that continues on the European level. As you may know, we do have this Digital Society and Economy Index, and we are measure the advance in the digital products and services implementation on the side of the member states. And if we go deeper into the index, we see that small and medium-sized enterprises, they are quite slow. Even in many countries, they are much slower than administration, which is a little bit sometimes surprising. Having said that, it's a great moment because we are in the middle of our discussion. I would like now our technical team to provide us with a video message from the Deputy Prime Minister from Russia, Russian Federation. So are we ready?
Very good day, dear participants of the United Nations Internet Governance Forum. We all realize that despite the many negative consequences, the pandemic has become the engine of digital transformation around the world, changed the attitude toward technology, and influenced the development of the digital economy. People around the world have become more likely to use digital services, more likely to resort on online services. And in Russia, the digital technology industry is achievably developing. Digital transformation is our national development goal, and position in STEM education is among the strongest in the world. Our IT industry is represented by tens of thousands of companies and hundreds of thousands of specialists. Our export of software is constantly growing. This year, export of software and services has grown by almost 20%. And a powerful incentive system for the IT sector has been built in Russia. Stage by stage, measures to support the development of IT industry are being implemented. As an example, competitive grant awards are organized for IT projects and companies implementing digital solutions. The total amount of grant support is about 4 billion rubles per year. I believe that the further growth and development of IT solutions and the digital economy are impossible without cooperation on a global scale, without the synergy of solutions, and most importantly, the development of the international legal framework. As you are all aware, the growth of the investment is always directly related to clear and understandable rules of the game. And I would like to stress the need to speedy development of common approaches to the protection of the personal data on the global scale in order to balance the rights and responsibilities of all parties in the digital environment. Another of the most important areas of activity for us today is to work to remove the existing regulatory barriers and impede the introduction of artificial intelligence technologies into the economy. The issue of ethical regulation in the field of AI is relevant to all over the world. Russia's top priority is human-centric AI that must work for the benefit of society. Russia recently developed and adopted the Code of Ethics of AI, signed by leading companies, universities, and foundations. The code formulates the basic principle of AI use: transparency, trustworthiness, responsibility, reliability, inclusiveness, security, and confidentiality. I would like also to note that the importance of harmonizing the international legislation in regulation of the global internet and the activities of technology companies. In this regard, we note with interest the recent initiative of the United Nations Secretary General to develop a global digital compact. Russia is open to dialogue with all interested states, companies, and experts communities. We are very honored to have received UN confirmation that Russia will host the 20th UN Internet Governance Forum in 2025. It will be a great honor for Russia to host the anniversary forum, and it is part of recognition of the firm positions of our country in development of the information society and digital technologies. We intend to ensure the broadest participation of all stakeholders in the work of the forum. At the same time, we're sure that the practical outcomes of the forum will guarantee the openness and security of the Internet. I wish all participants a constructive dialogue and fruitful discussion at the forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister, for a very interesting perspective. And indeed, Russia will be hosting in 2025 IGF. So there is quite a nice queue in front of us. It will be next year Ethiopia, then Japan, then we will see, and then Russia. So it's really very interesting IGF scenario in front of us. Back to our discussions, to our on-stage discussion, let's move a little bit and focus on the business side of the perspective, of the digital perspective, such startups as well as small and medium-sized companies. They play really very important and extremely important role in digital transformation. And the crucial in this perspective is, of course, funding. We do have different funding pockets, I would say, and to fully capture the growing demand for their products and services, or to invest more in research and development, especially important in the let's say newest economies. So it's really important area. So because the time is running very fast, much faster than we expected. So I would like now to limit your intervention to 2-3 minutes per person in the same order. Actually, there will be open question to all of our guests on stage again. So back to the business side. So how can we encourage startups or small and medium-sized enterprises to innovate and to use more digital technologies? That's the question number one. And what funding models could you recommend based on your experience from the public money, from the venture capital money, private equity, European programs, your individual perspective from your territories or area you're covering? So I would like to start again and give the floor to Minister Huria Alimarti.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, audiences, again, for your patience. First of all, I would like to say we have to recognize today's innovation is often emerge of the startup community. If we dare to exploit this potential for good, we support startup or start from the basics. Those who have, when it comes to Africa, there are plenty of young people uses, so they are very innovative. They can have plenty of innovative ideas. So if you can start from the basic, we can benefit. That's what I believe. The other thing is in developing nations like Ethiopia, few years before, access to finance, access to reliable infrastructure, access to working space were very luxury. Even now, infrastructure is the most being constraint at this time, especially for SMEs to grow in profitable business locally as well as globally. This is the challenge we are facing. So therefore, both the government and the private sector, like local, regional, and global, should invest in infrastructure. This is what we propose, and the investment should also include an investment in power infrastructure. Hence, I believe governments should address critical, such as the bottleneck, for example, in registration, certification of startup and innovative businesses, the establishment of the innovation fund and its disbursement. So we need to focus from the beginning how it registers, how it certifies, and how we attract our innovative businesses from the establishment of their innovation in funding and disbursement. So this issue should be addressed, some kind of legislations or similar, legal frameworks. So we need to have a good legal frameworks. So also governments should consider tax and custom-related incentives, financial incentives, administrative support and incentives for investors. Even though they have a good ideas, they may not have enough resource or enough finance. So we have to think on they're making them free of tax, custom-related incentives, and financial incentives. This would help to curb financial impediment that SMEs and startup will be realized. Government and development partners and private sectors also expected to establish a system which positively respond to the financial, legal, technical challenge entrepreneurs face in process of realizing their dreams. So another critical factor I would like to mention here is the data innovation. Data and innovation. As you all know, data is, at this time, a new oil. So it's a new oil that needs the use of new tools, approach to collect, aggregate, analyze, and use it for the benefit of a nation. So this process demands the collaboration of all SMEs. So we have to take it in a very serious way. So one of the major strategic approach should be government should be transparent towards data. So if it's an expensive data, so we have to be transparent towards the data. As you know, different government institutions collect and capture traditional data to carry out their mandates. So we have to live out of the traditions. We have to make it serious. So the data should be anyone can access, use, share, and use it for any kind of purpose. So we need to be very transparent. Also, policy on access and use of non-traditional data also requires effort from the government side. With this, we can help startups to drive innovation using open data and contribute national development agendas. In general, we have to make our data open to those who have an idea, creative ideas, and who can access it in a very easy way. So for the funding, the second question, should I continue?
Yes, yeah, just for 30 seconds, if you could just comment the funding.
Okay, for funding, as far as I'm coming from developing country, this is very interesting question. So my response is we would prefer all because we need to have different options for our innovators and creativities of their ideas. So I don't know how it works in other nations, but for developing nations like Ethiopia, my response would be all. So it can cause startup ecosystem weak and most startups struggling to realize their dream due to the shortage of finance. So we have to use all the options to come on the board with the other countries.
Yeah, thank you very much, Minister. We will back to that question if there will be also a time in the last round. So if you could comment a bit more on the investment side would be also great.
Okay.
Thank you, Minister. Now I would like to turn to the next speaker, President Teresa Czerwińska, with a very big experience in finance and in financing activities. So I'm really wondering your perspective on the subject.
Thank you very much, Minister. And actually, I would like to pick up when the Minister has left, because ministers spoke about financing. So let me start with saying that different types of financing at different stage of development of the enterprise is needed. At early stage, different type of financing, and later on we need different type of financing. So also different sectors require different type of financing, and I absolutely agree with the minister who said that we need as a public institutions and policymakers to have broad palette of financial instruments to support digitalization for SMEs and mid-caps and startups to choose from. And however, looking at the broader market perspective, we observe the biggest financial bottlenecks in the areas of risk-sharing mechanisms, namely instruments like equity and venture debt finance, so precisely among the instruments which are best fit for supporting innovation and driving technological change. So to address these gaps, further exacerbated by pandemic, by the way, the EIB group has developed a dedicated approach, and our motto is lending, blending, and advising. So it means that we are offering a wide palette of intermediated products, including loans, guarantees, and securitization, along with equity and quasi-equity financing. But what is very important, we are blending our financing with other sources of financing. For example, capital market instruments and EU grants as well. So to be sure that the financial structure is fit for purpose, for particular project. And finally, on advising, we are offering technical assistance to support our clients to prepare projects, and we are with our clients from the beginning to the end, from the preparation stage to the end of the project to the finalization stage. And our experience is that advising and technical assistance is very much needed. And on SME, very shortly, I just would like to underline that SMEs and mid-caps are our absolute priority. And let me give an example. In 2020 alone, the EIB group supported over 420,000 SMEs and mid-caps with new financing, employing 4 million people. And support for SMEs accounted for 40% of our lending volume. In absolute terms, it represented almost 31 billion euros annually from around 77 billion euros of our financing as the EIB group. So we are proud that we support SMEs, mid-caps, startups, and we are acting exactly where our financing is very much needed at very early stage projects from well-known companies, and also we are supporting high-tech unicorns.
Yes, thank you very much for this perspective. And now I would like to ask Ms. Maria Francesca Spatolisiano for answering the same question. So are startups supported enough and SMEs advanced enough in digital technologies, or maybe there is a time for improvement?
Thank you very much, Minister. I think that something that was already said on this stage is very important. We must make startups and small and medium-sized enterprises and micro-enterprises more aware of the benefits they can retire from the connectivity, the internet, etc. But first of all, of course, we have to provide that connectivity. You know that in theory, at least 95% of the world population is within reach of a mobile cellular network. But in practice, we still have, according to the latest report of ITU, 2.9 billion, almost 3 billion people who remain offline, who have not used that opportunity. So awareness and more training, more skilled people who are maybe potential entrepreneur would reduce that gap. But I have to add, I was told in this first day, in day 0 and in this first day, that there isn't only skilled or access, there is also a question of affordability. And so SMEs might find that the cost of using the digital technologies is too steep. So we need to provide access, but it has to be affordable and it has to be accessible. Now, another thing which is important, of course, is the funding model. And I'm going very fast in all this because time is what it is. Of course, in some countries, access to risk capital is easier than in others, as the minister was saying in particular. And where that access is possible, private equities, venture capitals step in and help startups. And I have here a figure which is telling the venture capital, it is estimated the venture capital investment has grown by a factor of 20 since 2002 and could reach 580 billion in 2021. So there is enormous potential. But of course, where these markets are underdeveloped and there isn't that easiness, the development finance institution has to step in, regional development banks and similar institutions. Now we just heard indeed that this is what the EIB is doing with guarantees and blending. But I would say there is also maybe a little bit too much orthodoxy in these kind of operations, and I can tell it because I was with the European Commission for a long time, so you will forgive me if I voice this. And sometimes a little bit more of risk-taking would be helpful, I think, to invest in this area and in countries which definitely need the support. So linking, of course, private investors with the companies is fundamental, and there are many ways to do that. But some are more advisable maybe and speedier, keeping the pace with the dynamic of this sector. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I just would like to mention that, for example, in Poland, at the moment, 70% of the money invested on the venture capital market, they are public money. So it's really the support from the government is really important, not only on the maybe very first stage, also startups and small grants, but also on the little bit higher tickets, yeah, how we are calling. Now I would like to turn to Mr. Ambassador, because I've been, yes, we will be having a time to wear our headsets. And I remember a few months ago, there was a very interesting conference in France, Vivatech, and 2 subjects present on the conference was like digital technologies and the financing side, financial side, and supporting startups. So if you could answer the question or maybe mix your intervention, having in mind those 2 areas.
Je vais répondre, toujours en français, toujours avec l'excellente traduction. Mais très brièvement, d'abord, comme l'a rappelé Madame la Ministre, la première responsabilité de l'État, c'est les infrastructures. Et notamment dans les pays émergents, c'est de garantir un accès de tous à Internet, mais au vrai Internet. Un Internet neutre, libre et ouvert. Pas à un Internet qui enferme, et je sais à quoi je pense là. Donc celui qui permet l'innovation, la permissionless innovation, l'innovation sans permission. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, on commence à voir quand même des espèces de faux Internet qui en fait vous mettent sous la domination de l'opérateur. C'est la première responsabilité. Dans ces infrastructures, on peut en imaginer d'autres. L'identité, la bancarisation. On voit des choses extraordinaires en Inde où l'État propose des infrastructures d'identité numérique, de paiement, et qui aident profondément l'économie. Et ensuite, effectivement, il faut des politiques publiques dédiées à l'économie. La France, aidée par l'Europe, a d'abord est revenue effectivement en faisant en sorte d'avoir une industrie française du capital risque. Et là, il a fallu de l'intervention de l'État. Mais l'État n'est pas devenu capital risqueur. L'État doit faire venir des professionnels. C'est un métier très spécial, le capital risque, qui demande des experts. Mais on peut caper, financer, cofinancer, protéger, comme vous le faites. Depuis quelques années, maintenant, on passe à l'étape suivante parce qu'on parle des scale-up. Parce que maintenant, en France, on a beaucoup de start-up, mais ce qu'on veut, c'est des licornes. Et ça, c'est des questions différentes, qui demandent des interventions différentes. Mais je voudrais juste terminer en disant que depuis 3 ans, nous avons ouvert un autre chapitre qui nous semble peut-être même encore plus important, c'est d'accompagner la transformation numérique des petites et moyennes entreprises. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, le gros de l'emploi, le gros de la création d'emplois, il est dans ce tissu de petites et moyennes entreprises qui n'ont pas les moyens de prendre des experts en transformation digitale, des conseils. Et aujourd'hui, on a toute une politique publique pour les aider à trouver des solutions techniques, à trouver des conseils, à se mettre en réseau pour que les très petites entreprises et les moyennes entreprises réussissent aussi à profiter de la révolution numérique.
Thank you, Ambassador. I couldn't agree more because just to also give you an example from Poland, we are in the middle of having implemented probably the biggest, as we know, in Europe at the moment, the project. We call it Open Education Network. So we are connecting 30,000 schools to the high-speed internet and also providing the access to the network in that perspective also as a bandwidth for more startups, maybe more innovation and creating more value. So now there is a time for Mr. Viktor Makarov's and your comment on that question on the investment side or business side.
Thank you very much, Chair. Well, first of all, you asked how we can encourage startups to innovate. We don't need to encourage startups to innovate. We need to encourage people to create startups. That's the absolutely key thing. Do people want to do this? Do they want to risk their time and energy? Do they want to do it in my country? That's what I, as a Latvian digital envoy, am interested in. And I'm happy that the answer very often is yes. People want to innovate in my country, become part of our economic system, so to say. So you need good conditions for that. As for the non-startup SMEs, it's a different ballgame. We've talked about that. And you need, very much like Ambassador Verdier said, a set of policies to inform, to offer direct and indirect incentives, such as subsidies or requirements for qualifying for some of the support programs. Some of the things that we do in Latvia is, and this is a European basically model, the digital innovation hubs that guide entrepreneurs towards employing technology, promotes digitalization. For example, they will create create a digital audit for a small or medium enterprise, or help learn about digital solutions. So this is where the public authorities have an important role to play. As for financing, and I have to be quite honest with you, we asked, preparing for this conversation, people from the actual ICT sector, what they think about funding in Latvia. And their answer was, well, startups, all funding models work, depends on the situation. Everything goes as long as the investment conditions are favorable for the startup, such as, well, adequate equity sharing. The investor should not be toxic. So ranges of options. For the non-startup SMEs, for them to adopt digital, again, it depends on lots of factors. Sometimes the SMEs will have easier access to credit line because they are established companies, very much unlike the startups. The venture capital that was mentioned here, it's good for businesses with high growth potential, funding needs for developing a product, rapid growth ambitions. Again, for startups, so this is probably the right solution. Interestingly, in Latvia, when I talk to some of the ITC businesses, they're not very much interested in foreign investment. They talk about organic growth. So again, they like what they do. They want to keep doing what they like. But that, of course, is just part of the picture. And of course, grants have been mentioned here. Everyone likes them. I don't think we can cover everything with grants. And public investment, again, from what we hear from the sector, it depends. It mostly works in areas where private investment fails or is not sufficient. I'll stop here.
Yes, thank you very much. Such we are running out of time, but I think that the discussion is extremely interesting, so I will go ahead anyway, and we are in the front of the last part of our panel called voluntary commitments or comments. So if there is anything else you would like to leave us with or add or comment, so please do so. Just a short statement or message from your perspective, 30 to 60 seconds per person, and yeah, starting from the minister.
Thank you so much. Just I would like to add one thing that I didn't include. The government of Ethiopia recently have legally established a National Innovation Fund and recognize like angel investment, venture capital, equitable capital, domestic, for the startup legislation. So as you understand, private investors are focusing on the less risky. So the government wants to include the high risky innovative ideas. So we establish on that. So we are working with the National Bank and Commercial Bank to avail their 5% for the startup using the intellectual property as a collateral. This is what I would like to add. And the other thing is, as we are the second host, the next host in Ethiopia, I would like to invite all of you to Ethiopia to have a very good host at this. This is what I would like to add. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Minister, for the invitation. So I hope that we'll do our best to visit Ethiopia next year. Ms. President, your perspective, 30 seconds to 1 minute.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the European Investment Bank, we fully recognize the benefits offered by digitalization, and as demonstrated by the recent pandemic crisis, digitalization is absolutely instrumental to ensure robust and sustainable growth for the decades to come. And without doubt, the world ahead of us is digital. And I would like to announce that in the course of next year, we will explore ways to better define, measure, and report on digitalization across all EIB lending areas. And this exercise ultimately aims at researching investment gaps and redirecting the EIB lending to better address these gaps, guiding future EIB support for digitalization. And I'm proud to say that our support matters for EU's technological leadership. In 2020 alone, out of 52 European venture-backed high-tech unicorns, 28 were supported by the European Investment Fund. So we strongly believe that our continuous effort to better capitalize on digital technologies and digital skills will bring tangible results, better quality of jobs, but what is most important, better quality of life for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. President. Ms. Patriciano, your comment on that question, 30 seconds.
Thank you. Yes, the UN, as you all know, is committed through the roadmap for technological cooperation of the Secretary General to an internet which connects, respects, and protects. And we do that through a number of multi-stakeholders venues. We call them roundtables, and we engage all the participants in the IGF and many others. But I would like, in conclusion, to, as I promised in the beginning, say a word about the Global Digital Compact that the Secretary General proposes to conclude in the year 2023. This should outline shared principles for an open, free, and secure digital future for all, and address very complex, no hiding there, digital issues. For instance, reaffirming the fundamental commitment to connecting the unconnected and leaving no one behind, avoiding the fragmentation of the internet because it is a global public good, providing people with options as to how their data is used, and also very importantly, the application of human rights we enjoy offline, also online, and finally promoting a trustworthy internet by introducing accountability criteria for all the actors, public and private, for discrimination, misleading content, and all the abuses which unfortunately can happen. So with this objective in mind, we call on everyone. There will be very broad consultations, of course, to build this kind of consensus. And of course, the IGF can give a very important contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ambassador.
One last idea. Can you imagine a world, a digital world without Linux, MySQL, Apache, OpenStreetMap, Wikipedia? So for everyone, even companies and startups, we should protect, promote, encourage, and maybe finance digital commons. And that's very helpful for everyone.
Exactly. Open standards, open source is also a very important segment. And Mr. Makarovs?
Well, I've been talking about my country most of the time today. This is the part for international commitment, and we will work through the with the UN system through ECOSOC and technology facilitating mechanism to share our experiences and knowledge and how technology could be better helping to achieve sustainable development goals through the 10-member group. There is a Latvian expert working there. We will continue supporting that. We will share our expertise and best practices in the UN group of friends on digital technologies and group of friends on e-governance and cyber security groups. And lastly, and more broadly, we will, together with like-minded countries, advocate principles of digital governance that protect human dignity and human rights, without which sustainable digital growth is not possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, just to very shortly conclude, so one thing is for certain, the progress of digital transformation in all aspects will continue, and we need to become more agile at adapting technologies, legislation, or stimulate investment. At the same time, people should always be in the center of our activities. I would like to thank again our speakers for the truly excellent contribution and for sharing with us here in Katowice their thoughts. Sorry for being a little bit late, but it was worth, I hope, to have us a little bit longer on stage. I would like to thank the audience and for your attention, and I wish you actually the fruitful conference. Thank you again, and let's give a big round of applause for our panelists. Thank you.
reference. Oh, you will? Oh, thank you so much. From South Africa. Nice to meet you. I think this is so important, the dialogue here, generational gap. I can say, please help me, I just got here.
Well, I heard she was here. Yeah, fair enough. No worries, no worries.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Hello, everybody. I think we have to wait for the other panelists. We have to make the debate richer. So we have here just Mr. Mark Williams, Mr. Goran Marby. We are waiting for just for another panelist. We have the representative of the IGF. Then they make a presentation. I will make them slowly. You have Madame Harriet Esterson, we are waiting for, and Madame Kumbutso Chaveni, which is the South African Minister of Communication and Technologies. Renata is still here, is yet. So we have to talk a lot with Renata about education and rights. And you are waiting for Mr. André Xureb from Malta, which is his professor in the University of Malta of quantum physician. We have also Mr. Goran, who is representing the Corporation for Assigned Names, which is ICANN, Mr. Marby. And we have, we're still waiting for Mario Simoli, United Nations, who is representing the CEPALC, so the Commission, the Economic Commission of Latin America and Caribbean. And we have just, we will wait for the other panelists. We will talk a lot about internet governance and how governance is dealing with, when we talk about digital economy, which is not an equal access for all the people, you know that. And as we have many economists as dealing with our debate, so I think the economical aspect will be the core of our statement, maybe.
Samira, sorry to interrupt you. It's Henriette here. Just to tell you that you have two panelists who are here in the room. We are sitting on the stage.
Nice. Okay, thank you. Now
we can see you.
Somebody was waiting. Okay. On site. You have them on site. Okay.
We are here on site.
Thank you. So we have Madame Harriet and Mr. Simoli, I think.
No, André Schwierp. So? André Schwierp.
Okay. Very welcome.
So the other guy.
Thank you. André Xureb, which is from Malta. Okay, precisely. So we have just one panelist, which is from the Minister of Communication of South Africa. I thought she was scheduled in the panel. So if you want us to begin, or for waiting from someone, all people online is here. We have John Frank, Goran Marby from ICANN, John Frank. You have Mark Williams for the World Bank, and Renata, which is lawyer, international lawyer in human rights, and Mr. Frank, which is representing the United Nations, I think. He's an economist too, and a graduate economist. So we're waiting for one guest, I think, one panelist, or go ahead.
I think you can go ahead. There's no one joining us here, so yeah, we should go ahead.
Okay, because they sent me the program. Okay, so hi everybody. I would like to welcome to all of our panelists, Et je voudrais souhaiter, comme je vais m'exprimer en français, je suis désolée pour M. Goran Marbi, mais j'essaierai de traduire au fur et à mesure. Vous avez des traducteurs normalement. S'il y a un problème, j'essaierai de traduire. I will translate for you. So, je voudrais souhaiter la bienvenue à tous les participants à ce panel de haut niveau. Pendant près d'une heure, nous allons essayer d'échanger, de débattre autour de la question de la gouvernance d'Internet plus particulièrement et sur une thématique d'actualité. Une thématique donc avec nos panélistes, des experts de haut niveau, dont 2 panélistes qui sont déjà sur place à Katowice, donc la représentante de la IGF, Madame Ariette, d'Afrique du Sud, et Monsieur Gvreb, qui est de représentant, donc physicien et représentant pour l'Université de Malte. Donc, je vais essayer d'introduire, avant de présenter tous les panélistes de façon plus précise et plus conséquente, je vais essayer tout de même d'introduire un peu la thématique. Donc, on va parler which governance models to promote inclusive and diverse business development, what stands in the way. Donc, what stands in the way, quels sont les obstacles précisément à ce modèle de gouvernance que nous devons promouvoir, which have to promote this model of development, which will be inclusive and diverse, which is equally make technology accessibility for all the people from the south and from the north of our internet world. So, dans un environnement, je vais essayer de faire une petite introduction pour situer un peu ce débat de haut niveau qui concerne donc cette économie digitale qui marque un peu notre époque. Nous sommes, il faut le reconnaître, dans un environnement, chers panélistes, globalisé et digitalisé. Et donc, du saut de cette digitalisation des moyens de production, des moyens de travail, les facteurs de production eux-mêmes, nous parlons désormais de l'âge, du 4e âge de la révolution industrielle, puisque nous y sommes de plein pied. La révolution industrielle est bien bel une réalité. Seulement voilà, toutes ces technologies, nous sommes au beau milieu d'une ère de digitalisation, avec ce rapport quasi addictif que nous entretenons désormais à l'égard de la connectivité. Aujourd'hui, dans ce monde hyper connecté, la moitié des emplois actuels verront leur travail, leurs tâches, disons leur poste de travail complètement évoluer en raison d'Internet, et on n'y échappe pas. Nous l'avons vu un peu avec la crise sanitaire de la pandémie de la Covid-19, combien il était important pour nous de goûter au plaisir, on va dire, du télétravail, mais pas seulement ceci. Il y a aussi l'évocation de cette mutation digitale du monde du travail, et je vais insister sur cet aspect, puisque le monde du travail à venir, sans interroger, quels seront à l'avenir les emplois dont auront besoin nos entreprises dans ce monde, dans cette économie numérique, dans 5 ans, dans une décennie à l'orée de 2030 ou de 2050. Face à tous ces bouleversements numériques, je vais inviter les panélistes à se présenter et à développer la réflexion ensemble sur l'importance de l'accès équitable au monde de la digitalisation, sachant très bien que face à ces bouleversements justement numériques, c'est au gouvernement qu'il incombe prioritairement la responsabilité d'assurer la qualité d'abord de l'éducation, parce que l'éducation est aussi un moyen où nous donnons accès à d'autres populations aux apprentissages des connaissances. C'est une chose très importante. Nous sommes dans l'économie du savoir et l'économie numérique. Sans oublier la formation continue tout au long de la vie du salarié, des salariés que nous sommes pour certains, qu'il est très important donc de goûter aux vertus, on va dire, aux vertus de la technologie et surtout de savoir que notre travail aujourd'hui ne peut plus être possible, peut-être dans un monde autre possible, sans Internet. On parle d'intelligence artificielle, de transition digitale, c'est un peu rentré aussi dans les mœurs et le champ sémantique des médias. Aujourd'hui, on parle de systèmes d'automation, de télétravail, de plateformes numériques, de contenu numérique, de cybersécurité aussi. On y reviendra. Toute l'importance que ce nouveau monde, donc ce monde de digitalisation représente à nos yeux en tant qu'experts, mais aussi en tant qu'économistes, en tant que spécialistes et experts dans le droit juridique numérique, comme Madame Renata, et dans tout le système de régulation et de bonne gouvernance. Donc face à l'explosion de ces technologies perçues comme le sésame d'avenir, il faut le reconnaître, d'un avenir plus radieux pour le marché mondial du travail, pour la croissance mondiale, on nous vend du coup, on sait très très bien que chaque entreprise en pleine crise de Covid a pu, grâce aux technologies numériques, échapper un peu dans leur activité à ce mauvais passage de l'inactivité, de l'inaction, de l'immobilisme, où tout le monde était condamné à être confiné. Je crois qu'un peu cette crise de la Covid nous a été un peu une démonstration très forte de ce qu'est aujourd'hui l'économie numérique. Mais également, nous ne pouvons pas aborder la question de l'économie numérique sans parler d'égalité d'accès à ces technologies, de connaissance du savoir généralisé, de la démocratisation d'Internet, mais également et surtout, quelles sont les politiques publiques de gouvernement que les gouvernements sont tenus, eux, de mettre en place pour amorcer ce virage de l'économie numérique et baliser le terrain à tous les acteurs du numérique, à savoir baliser le terrain pour notre jeunesse, très addicte, on va dire, à tout ce qui est Internet, nos étudiants, nos apprenants, nos universités, les employés des entreprises, les citoyens libres qui ont cette liberté d'accéder à l'information de façon transparente lorsque cette information émane des pouvoirs publics. Donc tout ce beau monde, tous ces acteurs des technologies de l'information et de la communication en vue de développer un monde meilleur, plus équitable en termes d'accès aux compétences numériques. Donc alors après toute cette proposition, nous reviendrons sur les questions. Je vais essayer, même si je n'étais pas très brève, de présenter les intervenants, des intervenants de grande qualité scientifique, des panélistes, hommes et femmes issus du monde des technologies numériques, de l'économie, des physiciens, mais également des juristes, des avocats internationaux et surtout des acteurs très en vue du monde de ce qu'on appelle aujourd'hui la digitalisation. Donc, je suis ravie de vous présenter nos honorables intervenants à ce panel IGF, donc Internet Governance Forum. Je sais très bien que je vais commencer d'abord par Madame Henriette Esther-Susan, qui est sur le site. Donc, j'aimerais bien que la caméra soit dirigée quand même. On va essayer de chaque fois de faire le tour, de présenter un peu de manière très succincte. Nous avons donc la présidente du groupe consultatif multipartite qui est déjà à Katowice, donc l'IGF, le Forum pour la gouvernance de l'Internet. L'IGF qui comprend, je vous le rappelle, 50 membres ici du gouvernement, du secteur privé et de la société civile, dont des représentants des communautés universitaires et techniques. Madame Estersen est actuellement membre de la Commission mondiale sur la stabilité du cyberspace et qui continue à travailler dans tout ce qui est réseau d'Internet, progrès des communications et surtout le rôle de la société civile dans cet accès équitable au monde des technologies. Nous avons également Madame Renata Avila qui est en ligne. Madame Renata Avila, qui est CEO Open Knowledge Foundation, vous possédez une fondation qui s'intéresse beaucoup aux droits de l'homme, ce qu'on appelle les droits numériques, et donc vous êtes avocat international des droits de l'homme, et on sait l'importance de ce qu'on appelle les Open Gov, l'accès libre et transparent aux informations des décideurs politiques pour qu'il y ait cette vraie démocratisation d'Internet. Bonjour Madame Renata, bonjour. Nous avons en salle toujours donc Monsieur Goran Marby, qui est suédois, Monsieur Goran Marby, Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, société qui est l'ICANN. Bonjour Monsieur Goran. Alors, Monsieur Goran est en ligne.
I'm here.
Hello. So, hello, Mr. Goran. I'm happy to have you with us. Sorry for speaking in French because it was scheduled for just speaking French. If I knew it, I will prepare my presentation in English. So I think don't mind for that. You can make your intervention in English and we'll translate lately. Monsieur Goran, donc you represent the ICANN, which is the corporation assigned names, ce qu'on appelle les fameux noms de domaine, which is important for us. It's our adresse, ces noms de domaine, des numéros sur Internet. C'est comme ça que nous pouvons accéder de façon automatique avec cette intelligence technologique. Et vous étiez, je vous rappelle, Monsieur Goran, vous avez à votre actif une expérience de 20 ans dans le domaine du secteur de l'Internet. Vous avez été aussi à la tête de la haute autorité suédoise indépendante de régulation des postes et des télécommunications. Bienvenue, Monsieur Goran. Et nous avons aussi Monsieur sur le site, donc. Oui, pardon. Monsieur John Frank, j'y arrive. John Frank est vice-président United Affairs Microsoft. Vous êtes le vice-président des affaires des Nations Unies de Microsoft. Vous dirigez les équipes des affaires gouvernementales des Microsoft à Bruxelles et dans les capitales européennes. Et on sait que, bon, je ne voudrais pas faire de la publicité pour Microsoft, mais Microsoft est très présent dans l'univers de nos usages technologiques et quotidiennement dans les solutions du télétravail et de toutes sortes d'applications, des applications technologiques. C'est un outil fondamental dont l'usage est très important parce que lorsqu'on parle d'Internet, on parle aussi d'usage, de quotidienneté, de familiarisation avec ces technologies au quotidien. Bienvenue, Monsieur John Frank. Heureuse de vous avoir, très ravie de vous avoir avec nous. Alors, nous avons Mark Williams. Hello, thank you. Il y a un petit décalage, je pense, au niveau de la voix. Tout le monde est là, donc on est tous là. Alors, nous avons 2 panélistes donc on-site et 4 panélistes en ligne. Avant d'aborder les questions qui vont être au débat, je vais essayer d'être bref. Avec Mark Williams, vous êtes donc le Digital Development, le monsieur digital et développement global des connaissances et tout ce qui est digital à la Banque mondiale. Donc vous êtes un peu l'analyste, l'observateur averti de ce monde digital. Mark Williams, vous êtes directeur exécutif en connaissances et expertise mondiale en développement numérique. Et surtout, vous êtes économiste avec plus de 20 ans de ce qu'on appelle travail de réglementation dans le secteur numérique et qui couvre un éventail de domaines spécialisés, la stratégie, la réglementation, c'est ce qu'on va, et puisqu'on va en parler, la réglementation, c'est la gouvernance. Et voilà, donc je vais adresser, on va rentrer maintenant dans le vif du débat, j'espère ne pas avoir été très long quand même, mais je voulais qu'il y ait c'est-à-dire une contextualisation de ces débats très très importants autour de l'importance aujourd'hui de l'économie numérique et surtout de cette diversification et cette vision inclusive du monde d'Internet aujourd'hui, Internet qui l'on espère un de ses principaux objectifs est de démocratiser l'accès à tous les peuples du monde pour que ces connaissances soient partagées, ces outils technologiques soient partagés pour un meilleur être dans le monde du travail, mais également dans le monde de l'éducation. Alors, je vais commencer à céder la parole. Premièrement, d'abord, après avoir introduit tous les panélistes, à céder la parole à Madame Renata, qui va nous parler donc de l'importance de ces droits numériques. Et tour à tour, c'est la question que je vais poser. Je vais solliciter l'interaction, c'est-à-dire on va tous interagir avec tous les panélistes volontairement. Ça veut dire la question sera posée à tout le monde, mais je vais commencer parce que je pense que les droits numériques sont un des volets importants de cette économie numérique dans l'aspect de ce libre accès à l'Internet. Alors, ma question, je vais m'adresser en premier à Renata, mais elle s'impose, donc elle va être posée à tout le monde. Comment faire en sorte aujourd'hui vous qui êtes spécialiste, Renata, du droit numérique, comment faire en sorte que personne ne soit laissé justement pour compte dans l'économie émergente, dans l'économie numérique émergente aujourd'hui? Comment allons-nous faire? Est-ce que c'est viable? La parole est à vous, Renata.
Dear high-level panel, dear Samira, I will start with a provocation, basically. Over the last 20 years, we have focused on inclusion and access from a very paternalistic way, I think. And something that we have neglected is to unlock the creative power of everyone. And as a result, we have today all the power, all the technological power concentrated in few companies, concentrated in few people, basically creating the technology that everybody is using. That is not inclusive. And that failed, super centralized, super homogeneous way of producing technology is creating a lot of problems beyond just the inclusion problems. So my proposal and the effort that we need to be very understanding that it will not be, is not a quick fix. It's not something that will happen overnight, but it's a necessary investment. It is not only a very hard task at the regulatory sphere, at the lawmaking sphere, but also it has to, we have to open the wallet, we have to open the pocket to invest in the following. We need to invest in equal access to creation. We need to invest in equal access and participation in the creation of the industries of the future. Because basically, and I have experienced it myself, and I'm considering myself a very privileged woman, even if I come from the global south. The frustration of not being able to, for example, provide services locally, even if you have all the skills, even if you have the specific ideas on how to solve the problem that technology is intending to solve. What happens is basically that we leave everything to the market, and the market is distorted at the moment. The market has very powerful players that can, offer the cheapest price, or often to many countries, they offer the technological infrastructures for free. And the small companies or the small group of public interest technology and creation that are struggling, they're struggling and trying to serve their people, the people that they have closer to them, are left out because they cannot compete on price. But price is the least inclusive criteria to choose the technologies that specifically the public sector is going to use. Similarly, when we look at education and the way that we are educating the kids of tomorrow, is basically we are educating with all the curricula is structured to be passive recipients and users instead of, and okay, there's have been a lot of progress in safety and security, but not in creation. Basically, we offer a limited number, a limited menu of tools that they need to learn how to use, but they are not learning, they are not gaining the skills to imagine different tools, or to imagine or to be critical about the technology that they're using. They're imposed on the cloud, sitting in front of a computer all the time, and yet that computer that they have in front of them is not enabling creation. And if they create in closed platforms that take all the products of their creation for them. So the opening opportunities from the very early age, from the local, for people to have to be participants in making this digital culture. It is not only going to help diversity, it's also going to help the environment, it's also going to serve people better. Because if you have the people that you're intending to serve with whatever technology solution you're developing, whatever business you're doing, if they're so far from you, if they're so removed from you, you don't see them. If you don't see them,
they're invisible. Sorry, Mrs. Renata, each of you have 2 minutes of intervention.
Okay, so
thank you very much. Thank you very much. I noticed that your statement is perfect. You are going to ask the same question you ask. You say, Mr. Renata say, l'économie numérique n'est pas inclusive, elle est centralisée, elle est au contraire exclusive. Mr. John Frank, la parole est à vous. How do you react? About the same question. Thank you.
Well, I think that technology has become such an important part of our economy and our daily lives that it's important to ask questions about, does the technology that we're using and creating reflect the values of our society and ourselves personally? And I think that governments need to ensure, as regulators, that there's appropriate regulation so that technology does match the values of society, and that we can feel comfortable about it. I mean, the range of technologies is expanding and huge. So, there's so many different aspects, and our economy is going, this decade, will go from the ICT sector, the global economy will grow from 5% to 10%. There's a huge expansion of technology in our global economy. And not only that, but every aspect of our lives is having more technology infused in it. And so you referred, Samira, to the fourth industrial revolution. Industry certainly is being transformed, but non-industrial aspects of the economy are also being transformed, whether it's agriculture or life sciences, or education and government services. So we're seeing this transformation, and it is important that we know that the values that we set out are reflected. And so certainly with artificial intelligence, as an example, we've had lots of good discussions about what are the principles to ensure that artificial intelligence is being used in ways that we feel good about and comfortable about. And I think that process can be broadly repeated. I do think it's important, though, to think about how we can use government regulation to increase access to the internet. Following up on the Secretary General's roadmap for digital inclusion, we need to find ways to connect more people. I think that the past 2 years have demonstrated clearly to everybody that it's so essential to have more connections. The number of people being connected is increasing, but I don't think we're doing it fast enough, or that the quality and intensity of usage is good enough. So I think that we need a broader framework when we think about connectivity projects to focus on people and put people at the center and say, are we thinking about the affordability of access and devices from the outset? Are we thinking about the digital skills needed? Are we thinking about the government services, education, healthcare, et cetera, that we're going to provide with these new services? And do we have a human rights framework to ensure that it's used to enhance humans' capabilities and not suppress them? So I think that we need a broader framework to go forward. Governments need to make sure that they're opening up frequency. The spectrum allocation is important, that they look at their tax situation, and they look at ways, how can we partner with private sector and NGOs to create more multi-stakeholder solutions that will bring connectivity to more people?
Thank you, Mr. John Frank. So, you think, vous considérez que les gens ne sont pas les gens, la connexion est un droit pour tous, mais les gens ne sont pas assez connectés parce qu'il y a aussi un problème d'infrastructure et un problème aussi qu'il faut régler avec les États. Nous allons revenir en site avec Madame Renata Ertusen, qui représente l'IGF, à qui nous adressons la même question pour essayer de... Madame Renate, toujours autour de la même question, comment permettre on-site, donc j'imagine que le débat continue autour de la façon de démocratiser cet accès équitable en pensant à créer les outils accessibles à tous, sachant très bien l'aspect aussi créatif pour les jeunes, pour les universitaires de l'Internet. Comment faire en sorte, la question est aussi adressée puisque je suis obligée de donner une intervention de 2 minutes à chaque panéliste. Madame Renate, comment faire en sorte de ne pas laisser les laisser pour compte de ce qu'on appelle cette économie numérique? Comment faire en sorte pour que cet accès soit inclusif et non exclusif ou vraiment, comme l'a évoqué Madame Renata ou Monsieur Gianfranco, rendre cet outil beaucoup plus créatif et beaucoup plus accessible en impliquant les gouvernements dans ce process. La parole est à vous.
Thank you, Samira. And Henriette here, everyone, for the record. I think we cannot address inclusion without confronting exclusion. And we have to acknowledge that the world is unequal and that there's social and economic inequality which lies at the root of digital inequality. That does not mean that we cannot do a lot to confront the access divide, but fundamentally, if we don't confront poverty, gender inequality, discrimination based on so many other bases, primarily on an economic basis, we're not going to bridge that digital divide. But then to respond to the topic of regulation, I think we, and I say this, we in a royal sense, I mean here governments, businesses, regulators, we need to remember that the role of policy and regulation is first and foremost to enable, not to control, and to approach it from that paradigm of enabling access, enabling innovation, enabling diversity of business models. So I think that's very important. And I think when we talk about the big internet companies, which are a real concern, let's remember that they are not the internet, and that regulating in a pro-competitive way, regulating so that markets are open and accessible, does not involve regulating the internet. It involves regulating markets. So let's remember that. I think the internet is the internet, it's public, it should be a common good and governed as such. That does not mean that we do not need to look at fair taxation and pro-competitive policy and regulation. So, Samira, that's my very short intervention, and I think, but ultimately I do want to emphasize that much as we can work as a global internet community to address the digital divide, the underlying divide of social and economic inequality should be our overall goal.
Thank you, Mr. Renat. Very interesting the aspect you are trying to develop, because when we talk about regulation, just to be in the same idea, that we have to redefine une manière de repenser un peu l'usage d'Internet, parce qu'il y a un aspect, c'est la protection des données, dont les utilisateurs d'Internet sont à l'origine. Il y a la problématique de comment protéger ces données tout en ayant un accès à Internet. Avant d'aborder cette question, vous avez aussi insisté sur l'aspect globalisation des marchés. Justement, avec la pandémie de la Covid-19, nous avons vu que de toutes les façons, nous sommes dans une ère, dans une époque de post-globalisation où lorsqu'on vantait l'économie du marché, on s'est rendu compte aussi que cette économie de marché ne permet pas comment dirais-je, de partager de façon équitable cet accès des peuples encore qui sont soit soumis à la pauvreté, soit soumis à une problématique d'éducation, soit soumis à l'inégalité entre hommes et femmes, puisque certaines femmes n'ont pas forcément accès au numérique aussi. Ça, c'est une autre problématique. Je voudrais enchaîner toujours autour, avant de passer à la question de la réglementation pour ne pas perdre du temps avec Monsieur Mark Williams de la Banque mondiale qui va nous donner ses impressions. Donc, est-ce que nous sommes dans une ère tout de même de post-globalisation aujourd'hui de l'économie? Il va falloir repenser un peu l'éducation, l'accès à Internet, la façon de partager la connaissance, les connaissances scientifiques, technologiques dans le monde aujourd'hui.
Samira, I just want to ask you to slow down a little bit. The interpreters are struggling a little bit to translate what you are saying. So if you can just, when you're speaking in French, just to slow down a little bit. Thanks.
Okay. So ma question est adressée à Monsieur Mark Williams. Je ne sais pas, je vais aller tout doucement je suis navrée. Donc, est-ce qu'il faut repenser justement, la politique globale de l'économie? Voilà, vous avez compris. Donc, nous sommes dans une ère post-globalisation où l'économie, on a vu que l'ère heureuse de l'économie globale a donné quelques limites justement à cette ère heureuse, puisque il y a une inéquité de fait par rapport à l'accès aux avantages d'Internet économiquement pour le monde du travail et dans le monde de l'éducation en général et des connaissances. Ma question s'adresse au représentant de la Banque mondiale, M. Mark Williams. Toujours dans le même esprit de la question, on est toujours dans la première partie du débat.
Thank you. So this question about inequality and the structural inequalities that have been demonstrated by the COVID pandemic, I think we need to look at two sides of this. First side is the COVID pandemic demonstrated the clear power of digital in terms of service delivery and ability to continue functioning within an economy and continue receiving public services like education. So that's on the one hand, but on the other hand, it also created the complete shift to online, created clear visibility of the problems for people who don't have access to those services, who don't have access to online. So on the one hand, it's created opportunities, but it's also created new forms of exclusion. And I think that has highlighted the importance of an inclusive access to the internet. And from the World Bank's perspective, we look at this from an ecosystem point of view. So it's not sufficient to look at just one particular aspect of this. And several people, my fellow panelists, have mentioned individual aspects of the digital inclusion challenge. But we need to take a holistic view of it. Now, starting at the bottom, we've got the foundations around infrastructure, devices, ability to use and access the internet via those devices, but then also availability of services put online, accessible, providing access to those services in languages and in a format which people can readily use. And then also complementary digital systems like digital ID, which gives people secure access to those public services and private services as well, where it's integrated into the private sector. And also things like digital skills and areas, sort of softer areas like that. All of those need to be taken to get addressed together if you're going to create holistic access to avoid the exclusion of significant sections of the population in developing countries.
Thank you, Mr. Mark Williams. On va continuer avec la première partie, mais on va faire un peu vite parce que je crois que la question de la réglementation s'impose. Monsieur Goran Marbi, vous voulez réagir par rapport à ce qui a été dit jusqu'ici autour des opportunités que pourrait offrir l'économie numérique aujourd'hui et les problèmes de la post-globalisation aujourd'hui, en tant que représentante de l'ICANN.
In 2 minutes?
Yes.
That's a challenge. First of all, I would like to thank and congratulate the Polish government that despite the sort of hardship to set up this meeting, and we are learning a lot, and we are very respectful of what you're doing. So from my perspective, a big thank you for setting this up and all the participants that went there. I'm actually going to change. I'm going to come into the subject a little bit differently by saying that if I have a title for this short speech, is that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. I represent and I'm part of a technical community that actually makes the internet possible for you. For the last 35 years, we've been able to make sure that the internet is accessible in all parts of the world by providing the sort of identifiers that enables a common interoperable internet. That means that everybody in the world can go on one network and reach a computer, a mobile device, or anything else on the world. Well, you never hear about us, you never think about us, and that's the whole intent. But every time you go online, you actually meet us technically. We provide that service with no charge to any of you, and we do that for what we call the multi-stakeholder model. It's built by internet users, for internet users, together with internet users in all our different settings. We have been able to do this without regulation, without laws. And I think that has been the success of the internet. Because if it would have been a committee who built it up, it wouldn't have worked. We have no interest in the content. We don't put ourselves into the politics. But I'm grateful for all the thousands of people from hundreds of countries engaged so much in making sure that the internet just technically, basically works. Over the last couple of years, we've seen a negativism about the internet itself. It was sort of I woke up like one day in 2016 and realized that a lot of the positive things about the internet suddenly wasn't there. There was much more about what's happened on top of the internet, on platforms, on applications and other ones. And that has drifted also about the discussion about the internet. Unfortunately, today we see regulations, proposals for regulations that actually disconnect users from the internet. And we're not talking about authoritarian regimes, we're talking about countries that are actually friends to the internet. That because they're looking into solutions on what happens on platforms, they because of the legislation, actually can enter a situation where you can't use the internet at all. And I think that's scary. I think that some of the discussions that is happening right now, you have to make a difference between the foundational functionality of the internet that makes it work. It makes it actually to exist in one big operational network or thousands of networks speaking the same language. And what happens on top of the network or actually outside. Every time you go into a platform, you actually do leave the internet. You go into someone else's computer. And sometimes we from the industry have caused problems with words we're using. Words like cloud. And cloud could actually be a computer in your neighbor's garage. There is no cyber, there's no information that drifts around in cyberspace. All of that belongs to a computer somewhere in some jurisdiction. So I just want to caution legislators and other ones to really make a difference between the function of the internet, the technical function of the internet, which we provide from ICANN together with our friends in the RERs, the numbers community, the root server operators, and IGF, where you have so many people who volunteer their time and effort on their free time to make sure there is a functional internet for all of you. So when it comes to regulation, because of help me and help everybody else, to train, to help regulators and legislators around the world how the internet actually works. Because internet is like democracy. If we don't take care of it, if we don't remember how it's working, there's a big chance we're losing it. And right now, I think we all have to join the fight to preserve the interoperability of the internet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goran. You are talking about a sensible question, which is internet is like democracy. When you don't use it, even you can't practice it. So you can talk about to make sure that users of internet are have the equal access to infrastructure of internet, which plays a big role in this field. So we go on site with Mr. From Malta, our physician, Mr. Gzuerk, to ask him the question that makes our debate linked. All people are here talking about reglementation, the challenge that I think we need to be tackled through new rules of regulation. Perhaps in French, I will ask my question. Y a-t-il des défis qui, selon vous, doivent être relevés par le biais de nouvelles règles réglementaires de l'Internet? Comment doit-on réguler? Quel type de gouvernance imprimer pour que ce débat-là, jaillisse de ce débat-là de vraies recommandations? La parole est à vous, M. Gzuerk.
Thank you so much, and it's been a very interesting. It's very interesting hearing my fellow panelists discuss. And at the outset, I just want to say that Renata scooped me, because the point I was going to start making was exactly sort of this distinction between using and developing or creating. But I think it's worth reiterating and. As I said yesterday in another panel, I'm not a politician. I have no shareholders, so I'm allowed to say I don't know how to fully address this question. But let me just sort of say a few words. Equal access first and foremost is not just equal access to knowledge and the information and equal access to using that information. I agree with Renata 100%, even more than 100% if that could be possible, that we also need equal access to development, equal access to creativity. And I think this is where perhaps regulation could help us step in the right direction. And of course, it's not clear exactly how to do this, but I could just take a couple of examples. So one of the more contentious things going on right now at the European level is we're working on ways in which we can create a new ultra secure communication system, and the European Commission is pushing for that to be in-house, so to speak. Built by Europeans for Europeans within Europe, and one could say that this is going against the market dynamics. One could say many things. There's protectionism and so on. But actually, what it's going to do is, together with the right funding mechanisms and everything else, it's going to force European companies to be more creative and get that development back in Europe. So I don't have a silver bullet, of course, but there are ways in which smart regulation, not over-regulation, as was alluded to earlier, but smart regulation can push market actors in just the right way to make sure that everyone benefits and everyone can create.
So, Samira, can I just add very quickly to that? And I think that I absolutely agree. And I think that you see that in the access sector by regulators making it possible for small local service providers to operate. We see that in countries like Mexico and Brazil that are licensing community networks to provide local access, often access that's more about just infrastructure. It's also about building content and building skill. So I think we should not underestimate the power of this creative enabling regulation to be transformational. I just feel often regulators are more concerned with control than enabling, but their capacity to enable is immense.
Thank you, Mr. Son. You make me making a little conclusion. So the idea why we are talking about post-globalization of economy, because the idea for me as a representative of media, when I'm listening to our panelists, which each one have in his position have his side of view about what will be internet for people. You are talking about internet as something forbidden for other people and the access for other because they are rich. They can have all the tools to make their way of working or access to knowledge. Mr. Gzuberek said that the problem is not access to knowledge, but the problem is more deep than that. It's not equality to knowledge, but a new system of organization, a new system of regulation of internet. That's the idea he stressed on. But my conclusion, if I can do one, and I give you then the free speech if you want to conclude with us, that in the vaccination campaign, we noticed we observe that the importance of digital revolution about making people to have the message on their mobile phone, to go to in the local level, to go to vaccinate themselves, because the campaign of vaccination was unequal to for other peoples in some region to know to get the information, because they have no access automatically to digitalization tools. So if you have to conclude, our post-globalization world, is it possible today without regulation of digital economy? The question, you are free to answer if you want, because we noticed how important was the role of technology numérique in the field of making technology to provide and to make the society and the enterprise more efficient in the way they could work in time of COVID-19. So what regulation means for all of you? Renata, you go to...
Well, regulation, to me, it means, in this specific panel, unlocking public funds. And I think that one of the things that I forgot to mention that was very important is how procurement, how redefining the procurement rules can really unlock opportunities for female creators, for local creators, for specific languages that are not served on the internet, for like, it can be like really a tool for innovation, for inclusion. For local providers of education platforms, it opens possibilities, and it's the duty of public sector to regulate in that sense. So for me, regulation, the right kind of regulation, unlocks the power of public funding of our taxes to create the technology we want in an inclusive way.
In an inclusive way. Mr. Mark Williams? Regulation for you, what does it mean?
You think about the whole digital revolution globally, it's largely been driven by regulatory reforms. The one exception to this, I would say, is the internet aspect of the internet that Goran mentioned earlier on. But if we look at the underlying infrastructure, the telecoms and the digital infrastructure, it's been regulation which has driven that, which has unleashed private sector investment and competition. And so I think we need, but that regulatory environment is changing rapidly with the evolution of digital services. And so we need to make sure that regulation is focused on continuing that success in liberalizing markets and stimulating private investment and competition.
We are talking about regulation of markets, making the market. So you ask in a way, as Mrs. Henriette said, you have to call for the intervention of the government. Government have to be more implicated in such process, perhaps, the idea, Mr. John Frank. More implication of government in the process of making a regulation of internet or
Well, I think it's, just very briefly, I think it's incredibly important that the governance of the internet remain a multi-stakeholder project. We don't want governments taking over the internet governance without the private sector, which owns and operates and has built the internet. I think that's the multi-stakeholder process is incredibly important, which is why the IGF is incredibly important. And so I think that we need to just ensure that we keep the appropriate roles, that private sector, public sector, civil society working together. We're the ones who will shape and should continue to shape the internet infrastructure that Goran's talked about, and to recognize the private sector's important role and the role of volunteers that have contributed so much.
So the role of private sector, we can underline the idea that the PPP partnership, and a kind of partnership between private sector and public sector, is it possible to regulate internet, Mr. Goran?
Sorry, could you
idea
repeat the
of
question? Sorry, I have a little bit of...
The idea of Mr. John Frank said the idea is to promote a kind of the role of a public sector in the numeric digital economy. What is, as a side of view on regulation internet, what is your statement?
I think that as Mr. Frank talked about, I talked about earlier, you have to make a difference between the actual internet. Well, let's do just an experiment. Let's say that a region like Europe decides to build their own infrastructure of the internet because they think digital sovereignty. What they actually do then is splinter the internet. It will not be connected. And so what we're afraid of is that by having local regulations and different technical solutions, you actually splitter out the internet. And when I wrote in the chat that internet is the big equalizer, if you get poor people online, you get the same access to information as the rich people have had over times, and something magical just happens. And I think that when you look at many of those proposals, legislation, it's about content and hate speech and illegal things, and I'm privacy, and I think that's a very important thing to do. But please don't affect the underlying principles of the internet, the ones you're using to make this call, the ability for people to connect. Because there is a tendency right now, I mean, for instance, we have not done everything right in our technical community. Right now, for instance, we're working hard to make sure that more people can access the internet technically in their own language, their own script. People that don't read left from right don't know what a dot is. It's a major project that involves many parts of the technical community to make that happen. And we see potential legislations that can actually have more business proposals that can have an effect on them. So we in the Western world can continue to have our internet sort of working without giving technical access to people who doesn't speak English or use Latin script or read left or right. And so the one who's been the big enabler of making this happen is the multi-stakeholder model, which is not a fancy word it's actually people from all over the world coming together in almost a peace project, and many of those people listening in has been involved in them. And the fact that these unsung heroes has been able to construct a system that is so safe, so secure, and so stable, that gives all of you the ability to use the internet. It's been so successful. And I'm really afraid of regulation that is meant to do something else, that hits the core of the internet.
Thank you, Mr. Goran. Thank you, all of you. We go on site with Madame Arquette and Mr. Xuber. We are talking. There is no democracy without internet. There is no global economy market without internet. It seems internet is a big factor. Donc c'est un élément important de l'économie globale qui quand même a montré ses limites. Alors on va conclure avec Madame Henriette et Xuber. Quel modèle de gouvernance, donc finalement, je m'adresse aussi à tous les panélistes, mais on revient avec Madame Henriette à Katowice. Quel modèle de gouvernance souhaitons-nous concrètement mettre en place pour pérenniser, voire redéfinir, puisqu'on parle de collaboration secteur privé, secteur public, beaucoup ont insisté sur le rôle néolibéral de l'Internet et son rôle dans le système démocratique. Quel type de gouvernance souhaitons-nous pour pérenniser, voire redéfinir le contrat social, justement, ce contrat social qui lie tous les partenaires d'une société, travailleurs, cadres des entreprises, responsables des ressources humaines, décideurs politiques, agents économiques, enfin d'imaginer ensemble une société plus équitable, plus inclusive, comme avait insisté Madame Renata au début de ce panel, pour faciliter l'accès équitable aux nouvelles technologies, pour que ce ne soit pas exclusivement du ressort des pays les plus riches ou ceux qui s'accaparent la loi du marché, les lois du marché, et qui définissent justement quelles sont les entreprises qui décident de ce système démocratique finalement, puisque ce n'est pas si démocratique que ça. Internet, parfois, lorsqu'il est exclusivement confisqué par des États les plus riches. Madame Henriette.
Samira, I'm sorry, you know, they are telling us we need to end the session. We are over time. I'll just be very brief. I think we've heard already from John, from Joran, that we do need to have a multi-stakeholder approach to internet governance and internet regulation or regulation that affects the internet. So I think I would just add to that human rights remains an important check and balance for how we approach regulation. I think we also need to be able to learn from regulation and not assume that we have the solutions and interrogate whether regulatory intervention is achieving positive objectives or not, and really be very cautious about over-regulation. I think maintaining a collaborative, learning-oriented approach, and that's the role of the IGF. It is a way for us to come together as different stakeholders to challenge one another, but also to collaborate in using regulation in an empowering and enabling way rather than in a disabling way.
And because we are basically being kicked out from the stage, I'm just going to add a couple of things. I understand the point that made by John, I think, that local regulation leads to things like the splinter net and so on. But I would argue that a complete lack of regulation could also do that, in the sense that one could also have a situation where platforms grow so large that they, you know, if I don't participate on that platform, then that's it. I'm cut off from participating or communicating with 1.2, 1.3, 2 billion people. So it is about regulation without over-regulation. It is finding that middle road there, which allows the smaller actors to compete with the larger actors, even in the absence of a functioning market, which in many cases is what we have at the moment. And that for me is the way to get underrepresented anyone on the internet, whether it's people as users, whether it's women entrepreneurs, whether it's people struggling with bias in AI data. You know, it's everything. Everything requires working against the current market dynamic, and that requires some modicum of regulation, but of course without being over-regulated, without losing sight of the goal, I guess.
So thank you very much, all of the panelists. So the idea to conclude, because we have just 1 minute. Thank you. Sorry if I was a little bit long in my intervention in French. So the idea is, in conclusion, over-regulation kills. Beaucoup de régulation tue, mais sans régulation, il n'y a pas de démocratie, il n'y a pas d'Internet sans démocratie. Merci à vous tous, merci à tous les panélistes, merci à ce débat qui était très très profitable pour moi en tant que média. Et j'espère que l'avenir d'Internet, avec les metaverses, avec les blockchains, avec la loi du marché, avec le néolibéralisme à outrance, profitera aussi à tous les peuples de façon équitable, pour un mieux-être numérique réellement démocratique. Merci M. Goran, merci John Frank, merci Mark Williams, merci Renata, merci Madame Ersusten, M. Ziverk Malt, notre physicien, merci. Et je vous souhaite bonne continuation pour the IGF for All. Thank you. Bye. Thank you.
I was going to say that it's not, I don't really like the term over-regulation, because sometimes you do need to make dramatic regulatory intervention, as long as it's targeted and goal-oriented. In some scenarios, it does require some requires a heavier approach. So I agree with you.
As a scientist, I would say that's not over-regulated.
Exactly.
By definition.
I shouldn't be using the term. I don't believe in the term. Okay, great. And the mics are on, so we don't need to. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the United Nations Open Forum at the Internet Governance Forum. My name is Anriette Esterhuizen. I'm currently the chair of the Internet Governance Forum MAG, Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, and welcome to the session. We'll start with a film, and then we'll move on to our very esteemed panel.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Thank you for that, and welcome again. I also want to welcome all the participants that are joining us virtually. I don't have access to the Zoom room myself, but my colleagues do. So I urge people in the room to communicate with those online that are not with us physically, so that they can feel part of the session. This United Nations Open Forum at the IGF is very significant. It's actually historical. It's the first time, to my knowledge, that we have this type of open forum. Where we have senior heads and very senior staff of UN agencies here to join how internet governance is relevant to their work and how they are contributing to the broader process of inclusive, collaborative, development-oriented internet governance. And one of the specific aspects of internet governance, which I think we're all realizing as an IGF community, is that internet governance and internet-related public policy issues and decisions cannot be isolated. They cannot be concentrated and localized in any one sphere, in any one agency. The internet is so ubiquitous, and it touches so many aspects of social, political, and economic and security lives that we all have to engage in aspects of internet-related policy and governance, and we see that very strongly across the UN system. So to start us, and we're running a little bit late, so I'm going to go straight to our esteemed panel. And I want to first give the floor to Under-Secretary General from UNDESA, the United Nations Division for Economic and Social Affairs, which is the institutional home of the IGF in the UN system. Mr. Liu Zhenmin, who is an IGF regular and I think who understands the IGF and the role and the relationship between the UN and the IGF very well. Mr. Liu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Arinda. Dear colleagues, I'm so honored to be here, join with you. Before offering some comments, let me first, I want to thank Anita, the chair of the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. Over the past 2 years, I want to thank her and her colleagues of the MAG before their efforts in organizing the IGF and supporting the IGF process over the past 2 years under very difficult circumstances. Second, I also want to thank all my UN colleagues, I think especially not only for this session, but also for your support and your co-sponsorship of the last year's session, which you convened by the UN system virtually. This year, luckily, I think with the improvement of the situation in mitigating pandemic, we have been able to meet in Katowice in a hybrid format. But in even hybrid, I think we continue to count on strong support of UN system families. I think this is the process, IGF processes that we should depend on the support of multi-stakeholders as well as UN system family members. So, dear colleagues, UN family has increasingly engaged in IGF-related activities, sharing their expertise with multi-stakeholders while also listening to their views and voices. Such interactions and collaboration continue to be beneficial to all and to the entire Internet community. Many UN entities have been supporting intergovernmental processes, contributing to international norm setting and digital cooperation. The voices from the stakeholders can help enrich such contributions. And other UN entities have carried out analytical work covering digital government, digital economy, access to information, digital connectivity, and cybersecurity. I know that many colleagues are going to share your experience in all these respects. So it is critical that we hear back from our civil society, technical community, and business partners, as well as governments, on how we can further improve our analytical outputs. Increasingly, many UN organizations have also been scaling up capacity building, helping countries to apply digital technologies to bridge digital divides, improve public service delivery, and develop their digital economies. Dear colleagues, we can do a better job if these efforts are undertaken in partnership with stakeholder groups. Importantly, these collaborative initiatives are now made possible because of the Internet and the digital technologies. Virtual meetings, shared document collaboration, and conferences held online are some of the tools that facilitate such cooperation. The digital response to the COVID-19 pandemic has really demonstrated the value of digital technology, but not for all people. Indeed, the advance of digital technologies has exacerbated inequalities in many situations. And this is one of the lessons we learned over the past 2 years. So we have seen consequences of children not being connected online, employees unable to work remotely due to lack of devices or connectivity, and social relations at stress because of isolation, just because of one fact, the digital divide and the lack of access and the connectivity. So it is incumbent on the UN family to be part of a global undertaking for a better, safer Internet for all. By being at the IGF, you are indeed doing so. So UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has laid out a clear advice for the IGF to adapt, innovate, and reform. So the IGF is a good platform for us to exchange our experiences in working on the digital ecosystem, digital policy, and digital capacity building. So dear colleagues, I invite you to speak today on what you see as the imperative for the UN family to make the Internet a better place for all people on our planet, and especially to harness digital transformation for sustainable development. It is my sincere wish that this type of gathering becomes our tradition at every year's IGF. And this is my fifth one. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Liu. We'll now hear from various of the UN agencies that are represented online and in the room. And I trust that all of them will keep to their time limit, because then we'll be able to have an interactive debate about how within the UN system and also within this context of the multi-stakeholder processes that the IGF facilitates, how UN agencies and other organizations in the UN system can work together better to lead digital transformation in support of achieving the SDGs. Next, I'm delighted to invite Ms. Michelle Conance. I have no idea if I correctly pronounce that. And she's the Executive Director of the UN Counterterrorism Executive Directorate. And Michelle, please go ahead and tell us more about how you engage with internet governance.
Thanks a lot, Madam Chair, and Excellencies, distinguished participants. A big thank you to the organizers of IGF for convening the timely event to bring together the UN entities to discuss our work on ICT and other aspects relating to digital technologies. And as you all are aware, we face immense challenges in our efforts to prevent and counter terrorist abuse of cyber domain. Terrorists and violent extremists both continue to exploit digital platforms to support their activities and produce online content as part of their violent attacks. The lockdown measures imposed during COVID-19 pandemic have presented violent extremists and terrorists with captive online audiences in states around the globe. CTAT responses to these challenges seeks to reconcile the positive and the negative aspects of new technologies, namely their considerable potential to improve our quality of life on the one hand, and their vulnerabilities to abuse by terrorists on the other. And CTAT's primary function is to assist the Security Council's Counterterrorism Committee to monitor, facilitate and promote Member States' implementation of the relevant Council resolutions on terrorism, including by facilitating technical assistance delivery. And in doing so, we work to help states, all the states in the globe, the 193 states, to develop ways to prevent use of the internet for terrorist purposes and create innovative technological solutions in compliance with their obligations under international law. Already 20 years ago, the Council noted the use of new technologies by terrorists in adopting its Security Council Resolution 1373. And since that moment, 2001, the Council has adopted 13 terrorism-related resolutions and 4 policy frameworks that address ICT issues. In accordance with those resolutions, CTAT is addressing inter alia the following topics: gathering digital data and supporting online investigations, strengthening international cooperation for legal access to electronic evidence, countering online terrorist narratives, gathering and sharing biometric and biographic information, protection of critical infrastructure, cyber security, preventing the use of ICT to facilitate the trafficking of persons, and preventing the use of new financial instruments by terrorists. Throughout these activities, respect for the rule of law and human rights are mainstreamed. For instance, we address the data protection and privacy concerns, as well as human rights and gender concerns relating to the programming and use of artificial intelligence and algorithmic systems, particularly those used in law enforcement and border control. We also analyzed new trends in the use of ICT for terrorist purposes, such as cyber-based fundraising methods and the use of gaming platforms for incitement to commit terrorist act and recruit the next generation of violent extremist terrorists. Distinguished participants, this was a very brief bird's eye view of CTAT's engagement on ICT issues, and terrorists and organized criminals continue to abuse the internet, social media, and other components of cyber domain. CTAT's work on ICT issues will continue to be both relevant and necessary. And in conclusion, let me show that CTAT will continue to explore ways to assist member states to address these issues, working closely with all other partners, including the private sector, civil society, members of our global research network, UN entities, and a broad range of international and regional organizations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, Michelle. And I hope we can come back to discuss that in more depth, because it overlaps, your work overlaps closely with conversations that are taking place here at the IGF. Next, I'm very pleased to give the floor to Mr. Taufik Jelassi, the Assistant Director General for Communications and Information at UNESCO. UNESCO having a very particular place in the history of the IGF through the key role it played as one of the lead agencies involved in the World Summit on the Information Society, from which the IGF emerged. Taufik.
Thank you very much, Henriette. Pleased to be here with the senior UN officials. I would like to make 3 quick points, and thank you for saying that UNESCO has been involved from the WSIS summit back in 2003 in Geneva and 2005 in Tunis, and was very much at the foundation of the IGF back then. My first point is that UNESCO has been advocating for what we call the Rome framework for digital governance and internet governance. What is Rome? R-O-A-M. It's a human rights-based, open, accessible, and multi-stakeholder approach. We believe that this is the right approach going forward. We are delighted that so far 34 countries have adopted the UNESCO Rome framework and our Internet Universality indicators to conduct a national digital assessment. And I invite more countries to join us and carry out their national digital readiness and assessment through our 300+ Internet indicators and our Rome framework. That's my first point. My second point is UNESCO has been if not the leading UN agency, is certainly a leading UN agency when it comes to the freedom of expression, the safety of journalists, and addressing the issue of impunity for crimes committed against journalists. So when we talk about the internet, of course, this is the cyberspace, and freedom of expression is central in that cyberspace. So it's not only in terms of fostering the freedom of expression, but also combating hate speech, speech of violence, of extremism. So all, let's say, the negative sides of misusing the internet, including misinformation and disinformation. In my intervention at the high-level panel yesterday afternoon, I suggested the approach of UNESCO, which is not very much to opt for a laissez-faire approach, nor for an over-regulated approach, but rather to try really to put some pressure and also to advocate for a transparency of internet companies and digital platforms, because we believe that is the proper way forward. In the 30 seconds left to me, let me briefly make my third point. 2 weeks ago, the 193 member states of UNESCO have unanimously adopted the UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. This is a groundbreaking achievement. This is the first global normative instrument of its kind regarding the field of AI, which we know it's not an emerging technology. It's already the technology of today, and we have heard so many benefits that can be achieved, but also many harms that the misuse of this technology can lead us to. So this recommendation on the ethics of the AI, we believe is very important to have the proper safeguards, not only in the use of the AI, but also the design and the development of AI-based applications and systems. Let me stop with these 3 points, and maybe later on I'll have the chance to add to them. Thank you, Henriette.
Thank you, Taufik, and I do hope we can come back to that. And next, I am very happy to invite and welcome from the virtual space, I can see him on the screen, Mr. Mario Cimoli, who is the Deputy Executive Secretary of ECLAC, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, another agency that was very active during the World Summit on the Information Society process. Mario. Are you there? I don't see Mario, or I can't hear Mario. So possibly he has not been able to join us, and maybe he still will. But next I will go to you, Maria Francesca. Maria Francesca Spatolisano, the Assistant Secretary General within UNDESA, but currently the officer in charge of the Office of the Envoy for Technology to the UN Secretary General. Maria Francesca.
Thank you very much, Henriette, and I hope we see Mario very soon. So, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I speak today, as Henriette said, in my capacity as the officer in charge of the Office of the Secretary General's Envoy on Technology at the United Nations. This office is tasked with the coordination of the follow-up to the Secretary General's roadmap for digital cooperation, which lays out the Secretary General's call to connect, respect, and protect everyone, everywhere, in order to build a more open, free, and secure digital future for all. This was reinforced as a goal in the recent report on our common agenda that was presented by the Secretary General in September. So the Office of the Tech Envoy works in an inclusive and open manner, particularly through multi-stakeholder partnership, and I don't have to tell this to the IGF, which is by definition multi-stakeholder, and a strong collaboration with the UN entities, and here they are all very well represented. And in particular, of course, we have prioritized to bring together the UN system to better serve the developing countries, those underserved communities, and leaving no one behind in this area. So let me say a few words about how we do all this. The roadmap has set the target of achieving universal meaningful connectivity by 2030 and connecting the unconnected. That is 2.9 billion still who have not used the net, even though they may be under coverage of the net, but they don't use it, and there are several reasons to that. Moreover, the roadmap has also called for more coherent and coordinated global effort at digital capacity building. Here I come back to the underserved community, because achieving real and sustained progress in various dimensions of digitalization requires skills development, effective training, and this is done in many ways throughout the UN system, of course. This is why, for instance, the Tech Envoy Office has worked with the United Nations Development Coordination Office, the DCO we call it, and other key UN agencies like ITU, UNDP, UNICEF, and we have established a roadmap response team, we call it, to partner with the UN resident coordinators and country teams and better support the countries on the ground. Tomorrow morning at the IGF sessions, this office, together with ITU and UNDP, will also be launching a multi-stakeholder network on digital capacity development, which includes we call it again, it's jargon, you will forgive me, but you're all aware of this clearinghouse function. And it's powered by a joint facility jointly by ITU and UNDP. And this will help direct specific requests for support, for capacity building, for training to potential providers of digital capacity building initiatives. So it's a clearinghouse matching demand and offer. We are also working closely with the Office of the High Representative for the least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island states, and the Technology Bank for LDCs in view of the LDCs +5 summit next year, recognizing that access and utilization to digital technologies will be critical in supporting enabling LDC to build back better. They can leapfrog really through some technology towards sustainable development and providing services to their population. So across the entire spectrum of the roadmap, our office also collaborates closely with UN agencies to better harness the potential of digital technologies and addressing the challenges. For example, with DESA, we are initiating a UN system-wide mapping of digital-related initiatives to catalyze better collaboration and coordination. And the synergies with the STI Forum are being explored so that we can leverage, the respective strength. And we partner with so many other agencies, for instance, space-based technologies, artificial intelligence for road safety, other emergency responses. I mean, this office is a little bit a hub and works with all sorts of other entities in the UN family. There are many examples. I can't quote every one. I wish I could, but I can't. But let me reiterate how important it is for this small office of the Tech Envoy to be, connected and working with everybody, and don't hesitate, of course, to let us know how we can do that better. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Francesca. Next, and I have been informed by the Secretariat that Mr. Chimole did send an apology, so I just did not receive it in time. So I'm afraid he won't be able to join us. But now I am giving the floor to Mr. Ib Petersen, who is the Deputy Executive Director of the United Nations Population Fund. Ib, please let us hear from you.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for the opportunity to be here. I think I will take a point of departure in what you actually asked us, how does internet governance relate to our work? Of course, it relates a lot. UNFPA being the Family and Reproductive Health Agency of the UN, we are working, there's a lot about access, in particular for women and adolescent girls, women and girls. But one particular thing that we are working to fight and prevent is gender-based violence as one of our three major, what we call transformative results in our strategic plan. And that is really where there is a need for strengthened internet governance and also to work together. In fact, we launched last week a new campaign on the media, on the platform called Body Rights. It actually highlights that, corporate logos and copyrighted IPs are more highly valued and better protected online and on the net than are, images of people's bodies. So we launched this Body Right campaign to demand protection from online violence, in particular against women, but all, of course. But women and girls are hardest hit. We know from, for instance, the Economist Intelligence Unit that 85% of women with access to internet reported witnessing online violence against other women, and 38% experienced it personally. 65% have experienced cyber harassment, hate speech, and defamation. So this is certainly an area where there is a need to call upon a number of actors, and that's what we're trying to do with this campaign, and this is why this meeting today is also extremely timely, and we appreciate the opportunity here. It is a global call to action to disrupt violence against women and girls in virtual spaces, and we all need to understand our role in that and work together to drive the real change. Online protection for every girl, women and young person everywhere. It's a call to individuals that need to step up, not only men and boys and others who can refuse to commit violence, they can also speak up and act. It's also a call to the tech companies to that they need to step up as well. We're actually demanding that digital and social media platforms, online forums and content sites provide women and girls the same protection as they do for copyrighted materials, which is not the case today. So it's a question of providing reporting processes and tools for users that must be accessible, easy to use and responsive, And platforms should support users in managing and controlling who can see, share, and comment on their content. It's also a call to policymakers and governments. And they simply cannot continue to ignore that this is one of the major challenges when it comes to fighting also gender-based violence. So we appeal to policymakers through this campaign also to adopt, amend, and implement clear legislation to criminalize the non-consensual use and the misuse and abuse of people's images online, and create also legal obligations, moderation, and reporting systems for legal obligations for technology companies, social media platforms. And here also, of course, civil society experts, survivors themselves actually should be involved in the design and the evaluation and regulation. And this is some of the things that we would like to, that we are trying to promote now and make happen with this campaign. And we are, of course, extremely interested in working with the whole UN family, with civil society, and with the tech companies, as I said, to achieve these goals. So I'll stop there. That was a more concrete example, but I just wanted to point to that. Thanks.
Thank you, Eben. I won't dwell on it, but I do hope that at some point you've made use of the work done in the IGF. One of the best practice forums of the IGF, the one on gender, has actually done quite extensive work on combating gender-based violence online. But we are hearing already, I think, from the complexity and the diversity that UN agencies are engaged both with combating harmful use of the internet, but also enabling positive use. Next, we have Mr. Masood Karimipur, the Chief of Terrorism Prevention Branch of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. I hope I got that right. Mr. Karimipur, you have the floor.
Thank you, Henriette. I join you from a very gloomy Vienna, where it's getting dark already. Distinguished colleagues, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this panel today. Thanks to the organizers of the 16th annual meeting of the IGF. We're also grateful for the opportunity to host a remote hub and an e-conversation on the topic of human rights and electronic evidence, which will take place this Friday to coincide with and commemorate Human Rights Day. So let me quickly capture UNODC's ongoing support to member states in advancing information and communication technologies and digital innovations toward achieving the SDGs. Our five-year strategy is grounded in the Secretary General's reform agenda, including reforms on innovation, data, and digitalization. We're committed to and we're guided by the SDGs, especially Goal 16, which commits all countries to provide equal access to justice for all. We combine our extensive presence on the ground through our field offices with the provision of digital tools aimed at making criminal justice institutions more resilient, more effective, and more able to cope with unexpected challenges such as the COVID-19 pandemic. We've seen the rapid move to online space during the pandemic, highlighting the enormous potential, but also the enormous risks of digitization, which includes an increase in criminal and terrorist activity online, as Michelle pointed out. It's in this context that I'd like to elaborate on 5 of UNODC's programmatic areas, which help illustrate the extent to which we're embracing an innovative digital approach in the delivery of our crime prevention and criminal justice mandates. First, the Global Initiative on Handling Electronic Evidence Across Borders, which was launched in 2017, together with CTED, which Michelle heads, and the International Association of Prosecutors. Through this initiative, we're leading the enhancement of public-private partnerships with member states, with international and regional organizations such as Eurojust, Europol, and the European Judicial Network, just to name a few, as well as communication service providers. We've developed online practical tools and resources, such as the new one-stop window for electronic evidence hub, we're calling it, that provides a number of tools and other valuable links to strengthen the use of electronic evidence. Next, we're continuing to work with countries to strengthen their responses against the use of internet for terrorist purposes. In doing so, we have increased awareness about the legislative frameworks, investigative techniques, and the collecting of evidence in crimes involving the use of the internet. Next, UNODC's global program on cybercrime provides technical assistance and training to member states to prevent and counter cybercrime. The program works on 4 dimensions: capacity building, prevention, cooperation, and legal framework. Next, we have a full range of assistance on cryptocurrencies, which is part of our global program against money laundering, through awareness-raising workshops and e-learning courses, through which we help policymakers understand the blockchain technology and address risks of cryptocurrency criminal use and the strategies to mitigate such risks. We're also supporting member states in the development of legislation and regulation on cryptocurrencies. And last but not least, in 2019, the General Assembly established the ad hoc committee to elaborate a comprehensive international convention on countering the use of ICTs for criminal purposes. The committee had its first session in May of 2021, after which the General Assembly adopted the resolution providing the roadmap for the negotiation of the convention. And the first session of the ad hoc committee will be held just next month in New York. And we serve as the secretariat of this committee and will continue to actively support the committee in negotiating and drafting the convention. So let me stop here, Henriette. And again, thanks to organizers and to you. Handing it back to you. Thank you, Henriette.
Thanks very much, Masood. We are running a bit out of time, so I don't want to put anyone on the spot, but if our contributors can be a little bit briefer than their allocated time, I would appreciate that. Now I'm very happy to invite Ms. Joanna Skoczek, who's Poland's Deputy Permanent Representative at the mission in New York. And she's here with us in the room.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thanks a lot, colleagues from DESA, for inviting me as the only representative of a member state. Thanks a lot, and I will share some of observation from that perspective. I think that we can discuss the UN digital activity on two levels or in 2 areas. First, within the very mandate of the organization and its operation on both legal and practical levels. And second, in what concerns our daily work as member states together with UN. And this first area that I will call political, for the lack of a better term, it results from the fact of growing importance of digital issues at the UN and its whole family, as we can hear from all the participants here. So the digital agenda increasingly becomes the subject of debate of both the most pressing global issues in the economic and social spheres, as well as in the context of the reforms of the organization itself. And this growing relevance of digital connectivity and new technologies is fully, and in my view, perfectly described in the Secretary General new report, Our Common Agenda, which, as we all know, among 12 commitments, also calls for improving digital cooperation and achieving universal digital inclusivity. The objectives formulated in Our Common Agenda echo the concerns that are raised by member states, including my own country, Poland, that relate to digital inclusivity, protection of human rights, protection of data, fighting disinformation, and promoting digital literacy. And I would say that the two latter, so fighting disinformation and promoting digital literacy, is something that connects with education and communication, and it is our common responsibility that we are more and more active in those two fields that we perceive and as probably the most important challenges. And now jumping to the second, so more practically UN-related plan, last month showed us how effective the UN can be in accommodating and adjusting to new challenges posed by COVID pandemic, when most of our work moved from the General Assembly Hall and the conference rooms to the internet platforms. And although I am convinced that the digitalization or digitalized diplomacy cannot replace real one and cannot replace people-to-people contact, the usage of IT enabled us to carry on with our mission and with our daily work. And also, somehow it helped with the inclusivity, because it enabled people from all over the world to join events that otherwise would be only available for those physically present in New York, Geneva, Vienna, Rome, or Nairobi, or wherever. And our main challenge was to count properly the time difference. So although I hope that we will be back to in full to the conference rooms and GA, I think that there will be some silver lining of the pandemic that will stay with us, that we will always remember about our colleagues and stakeholders who are all over the world and who can also participate. And I just would like to sum up saying that today UN is the only global organization that can help us tackle these challenges together. First of all, leading by example, also giving the platform for exchange of good practices, but also assist itself and UN member states in the implementation of the solutions that will help us to achieve these goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Poland for being responsible for us all being here. Now I'm inviting Mr. Maximo Torero, who's the chief economist at the Food and Agricultural Organization. I hope he's speaking from Rome, which is a very wonderful city that I love very much. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here. Let me start saying that digital technologies and applications can create significant social and environmental benefits and accelerate the progress towards SDGs, and that's what we aim at FAO, especially SDG 2, 1, and 10, which are our priorities, but of course all the other SDGs are linked to that. And the power of data and technology can harness to reduce the digital divide, which today is extremely important right now, but also could help us to achieve the 2030 agenda. But we need to understand that this is not a panacea. There are many issues that we need to take into consideration. So there are 6 principles that we follow, and this is linked to the Rome Vatican Declaration of Ethics on Artificial Intelligence, which are transparency, inclusion, responsibility, impartiality, reliability, and security and privacy. Those are for us, the core 6 principles in which we operate in all the activities we do. And why is this so important? Because today we have some problems regarding enabling policy environment to support in-country investments in digital agriculture. We still need to do a significant effort to reduce inequality in access, which is significant, especially in broadband. And that requires also inclusivity in gender and youth. So the principle of inclusivity, of inclusion is central. And we need to strengthen also international cooperation to ensure that increased and targeted investments are made to specifically address this digital divide so that it's reliable and also assures that there is security and privacy in the information we provide. The position of FAO is to strengthen the focus on digital for impact, and FAO priorities are to further accelerate the use of innovative technologies and to continue to improve on a portfolio of ICT services tools that will contribute to achieve SDG worldwide, but also within the 5 principles that I mentioned before. We bring solutions for the agri-food system, which is a lot more than just agriculture. It goes across the whole interlinkages, so it's the value chains plus the interlinkages from the farm to the consumer, but all the interlinkages with the other sectors, which require significant levels of innovation. And we also try to share best practices through our international platform of digital food and agriculture, which is hosted at FAO and which aims to be able to bring access to information and to institutions that are required to be able to reduce the digital divide and to be able to make farmers and producers and consumers profit from these digital technology innovations. Within this, we have several initiatives. One of our priority initiatives is the hand-in-hand initiatives, which tries to integrate to digital solutions, to bring solutions through territorial approaches to countries, and countries are the ones which lead what we do under this initiative. One of the first outputs that we generated was what we call the Hand-in-Hand Geospatial Platform, which builds on the latest advance in ICT and geography and federates and integrates data on crops, livestock, land, water, climate, fisheries, forestry, trade, and socioeconomic factors. It also allows us to increase our effectiveness in terms of our impact. Second, we have a series of sets of resilience tools which are linked to our early warning systems. One is on water productivity through open access remotely sensed data, which is called WAPOR. Also to look at the stress of water, which is the ASIS tool that we have made public. And also the RICAR tool, which looks at climate change risk assessments. All of those are essential today to be able to be more inclusive in terms of increasing resilience. But also we have to put enormous effort on prediction and early warning tools, like the platform of global action for fall armyworm control, the food price monitor that we have in place, and also information about forest and land monitoring tool. Why is this so important? Because in the world we are living today, which there is significant volatility because of climate and because of extremes in temperature and increasing variance of temperature, is central to help countries through information, respecting the 5 principles that will allow them to increase the way they produce and to reduce their uncertainty so that they can make better choices. Finally, we also have a portfolio of digital services, which is linked to our 1,000 Digital Village initiative. In the digital villages, what we're trying to bring together is a combination of different dimensions, 3 main dimensions. E-agriculture, where our platform of tools for agriculture are present, but also we want to have e-village, which brings benefits at the village level to farmers, and also we have a perspective in which we want to bring digital services for non-farm activities so that we can diversify incomes of farmers. So those are the ways we are trying to bring, to support the process of achieving the SDGs, respecting, as I said again, the 5 principles: transparency, inclusion, responsibility, impartiality, reliability, and security and privacy. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Maximo. And now, Mr. Robin Geis, Director of the United Nations Division for Disarmament Research. Robin.
Thanks very much and for having us today. It's a great pleasure to be here. So yes, the United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research, UNIDIR, we are an autonomous institution within the UN and really a think tank that provides independent research and innovative ideas, and not just on disarmament, but on international security issues more broadly. And of course, in a time of growing global mistrust, and in which we're seeing, a surge in malicious cyber activity, an increase in attack surfaces. Just think of the Home Office and what that has done to new attack surfaces, more sophisticated attack vectors in cyberspace, and certainly new types of digital arms races that go across economic, scientific, and traditional military fields. And in such an area, it comes to no surprise that for our research institute, cybersecurity, digital security is, of course, at the forefront of our activities. And our security and technology program really is designed to dynamically keep pace with all the rapid evolutions that we're seeing in the digital space. It's really structured, and I'm simplifying a little bit, across 3 main work streams: cyber stability, the implications of artificial intelligence, and not just in weapon systems, but in military decision-making, security-related decision-making generally. And then thirdly, we're looking at over-the-horizon technologies, new trends, what's coming next. That's increasingly important. And I think in that regard, the convergence of the different technologies really deserves significant attention. It's not just cyber, not just AI in silos. It's the synergetic effects of these various technologies coming together, and that includes new sensor technology and advancements in robotics. And all of that taken together is what is shaping our reality and what holds a lot of benefits, but also certain risks, and they require our attention. Now, you've asked us to keep this brief, and I'm watching the clock, so let me just give you a few examples of some of our research activities in the digital field. We're very much involved with our research in pursuing options for confidence building, capacity building. Confidence building, clearly not an easy ask in this new, rapidly evolving environment. The UNIDIR Cyber Policy Portal is one item that I would like to put on the map on the table here today. It brings together the various policy pronouncements from states across the globe. It helps to build transparency because others can check what others are doing. It also helps to build confidence and capacity because it provides a range of examples of how certain issues and challenges in the cyber domain can be addressed. It's heavily referenced in all the intergovernmental cyber processes at the UN, and we're currently looking into making it even more interactive and more accessible. Then secondly, UNIDIR has a traditional and strong role in working towards the operationalization of norms of responsible state behavior. And we do this through multi-stakeholder dialogues. UNIDIR is very much a bridge builder between the many stakeholders involved and clearly also the private sector, and trying to bring them more into traditionally very state-centered security debates. So a combination of multi-stakeholder events and research activities, and just really to give you the flavor of what we're doing, most recent reports have focused on supply chain security, responsible vulnerability disclosure, international cooperation in the event of a cyber incident affecting critical infrastructure, and then also expectations and explanations to due diligence in cyberspace. And lastly, public-private cooperation when it comes to international norm implementation. Last but not least, and I'll conclude here, we're very much involved in supporting the various intergovernmental UN processes on norm development in the digital domain. As you know, the GGE and the open-ended working group earlier this year came to a successful conclusion, both of them, and now there's a new open-ended working group with a 5-year mandate just about to start in a week or so. And of course, a 5-year mandate provides ample opportunity to advance discussions on cybersecurity at the UN, and UNIDIR will be very much supporting this process. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Robert. And I've been watching that closely in my capacity as a commissioner of the Global Commission on cyber stability. Kate, who is with us in the room, Kate McBride, the director of the ICT Policy Division of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change.
Hello, thank you. Nice to see everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's a great pleasure to be here today to present how the Climate Change Secretariat is supporting the digital transformation and how we strategically partner to unleash digital information and innovation to address the climate crises. Following the excellent presentations and discussions yesterday and today, I would like to go over some of the various ways that we're using digital technologies for inclusivity and collaboration. This year, we launched a new digital platform to enhance the experience and significantly expand the participation in Glasgow at COP26. The platform included virtual and on-site digital ID registration, hybrid networking capabilities, and then the ability to participate in person or virtually or both, like many of us are doing here. Through the digital platform, we were able to increase the participation from an expected 30,000 participants to 50,000, 20,000 participants participating solely virtually. The new platform is a result of experiences of the last year, which we've suffered and perhaps to a certain extent found a silver lining in how we could participate from anywhere with everyone. We went to a fully virtual intersession meetings and then the hybrid at the COP in Glasgow. In the face of these many COVID challenges, many of the digital technologies did allow us to progress and maintain the climate process moving forward. And one of the consequences has clearly been broader participation and inclusivity, both from governments, but multi-stakeholders, and non-actors such as civil society, indigenous people, and a very large outcry from youth to participate in our activities. Following COP26, we continued to develop and innovate the digital platform to increase the effectiveness and inclusivity and transparency of the climate process to bring more people in, to do more for each other and for our planet. Secondly, another big area that we have been working is in the area of data. The Secretariat provides the NASCA platform, where non-state actors transparently inform on their voluntary efforts and progress. And this provides a continuously evolving picture of non-state actors' commitments, actions, and enhancements. Thirdly, the Climate Change Secretariat is supporting capacity building and social engagement through climate education and the use of digital technologies. We've partnered with more than 30 multilateral organizations led by the United Nations Institute for Training and Research to deliver an online platform with curated videos and training materials on climate change, and the platform is available to everyone with connectivity. The Secretariat also conducts capacity building workshops with developing countries through virtual workshops and seminars. And then lastly, we are working with the Resilience Frontier Initiative to design ambitious pathways towards long-term resilience by responding to the deep social transformations driven by the pandemic, technologies, and new trends in sustainability. It is at the forefront of the thinking on human sustainability and expanding planetary boundaries towards regenerative prosperity that the Resilient Frontiers is helping us approach this transformation. We're taking into account the impact of technology and all of the factors that are leading to the state of we as a people and of our planet. We're looking at how artificial intelligence, big data, blockchain, autonomous systems, biotech, SAT technologies are driving change and defining pathways. And how these various pathways are filled with many, many, many of our youth and non-party stakeholders. And then just finally, in closing, we are looking at 2022 as a new era for climate change, for engagement, and the use of digital technologies to keep the forward pressure and ambition on climate action and to lead to concrete and effective solutions for current and future generations. Really, our goal is that every positive action mitigating the causes or effects of climate and a digital world will increase the resilience and the inclusivity we need to embrace the changes. I thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you very much, Kate. And please, everyone, I know we are at the end of the session, but we'll take a little bit of your time, not much, just bear with us. We have one final speaker, Mr. Mark Williams, Practice Manager, Digital Development, Global Practice from the World Bank. Mark.
Thank you, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a real pleasure to have this opportunity to represent the World Bank at the IGF. The World Bank, is a multilateral organization, works in every major area of economic and social development and in the vast majority of developing countries. We provide a wide array of financial products and technical assistance, and we help countries share and apply innovative knowledge and solutions to the challenges that they face. Now, digital development is an integral part of the bank's portfolio in every country that we work in. If we go back 30 years, this work was mainly focused on state-owned enterprises, telecoms companies, and reforming and improving the performance of those businesses. Then this was followed by a period of support on market reforms, liberalization, competition, regulation. And then over the last 10 years, the focus has shifted towards mainstreaming digital technologies across the entire portfolio of the World Bank's projects. That's bringing digital technologies into all areas of public service delivery, private sector development, research, and citizen engagement. Now, digital and the internet as part of that is now a central pillar of the World Bank's portfolio, and there are a few projects being approved now which do not have digital as a core element of the project design. Supporting that is a very broad range of research and policy being undertaken in the digital area. Looks at the economic impact of digital at all levels of the economy and society, the macro, all the way down to household impacts and individual impacts on income, equality, and inclusion. Technical and economic regulation of digital remains a central part of the research agenda, and this evolves as the topics, areas of focus have evolved from telecoms regulation through to digital regulation, data protection, and so on. That research program has also evolved. Strategy for promoting infrastructure development and usage remains a key element of the World Bank's research, and the ways in which digital can be used to modernize public service delivery is becoming increasingly integral to our research program. So in addition to the research and analysis, we are strongly committed to integrating digital into our financial support for client countries. In the digital sector itself, we're financing the rollout of broadband networks in rural areas, high capacity transmission networks, both terrestrial and submarine, that help bring digital low-cost bandwidth to developing countries. We're supporting countries to strengthen their capacity for data protection, cybersecurity, and data regulation across the full area of digital governance. And we're also helping countries to integrate digital technologies into their core government functions, promoting reforms and process redesign, re-engineering in governments, and the delivery of services, public-facing services delivery via digital technologies. Looking ahead, the agenda is evolving rapidly. We're increasing our focus on the role of digital in green and inclusive development. We're actively looking at the relationship between digital and climate change. This works in creating insights and knowledge around how digital technologies can be deployed to support countries' efforts to address climate change. And we're integrating this research directly into the design of digital projects. And looking ahead, we see the amount of the use of digital technologies towards addressing countries' climate change mitigation and adaptation strategies as an increasingly significant component of our projects. Our work on governance and regulation is targeted primarily at the country level. We help governments countries build the institutions that they need to ensure fair, transparent, and safe digital environments. Internationally, we also work closely with partners in areas of digital development. This collaboration is particularly strong with other institutions that are also having a primary focus on digital, such as the ITU and the UN agencies that we've been hearing from today. Now, looking ahead, our work on digital will continue to grow. Digital technologies will become increasingly integrated into our portfolio, and we're increasing our focus on governance, regulation, data protection, and cybersecurity. We also intend to be placing even more emphasis than we have done in the past on digital inclusion in all its dimensions, so that everyone in the developing world is able to take advantages of the benefits of digital, and to ensure that as the world becomes increasingly oriented around digital delivery, no one is left behind. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mark. I'm afraid we don't have time to engage the audience, but I think what we have had is a very rich sense of the depth, but also the breadth of the work that involves digital across the UN system. In fact, it's immense, I think. And I think, as Mark Williams just said, it's going to grow. And I think this means that the challenge within the UN system to ensure that you work together, that we work together with you, as a broader multi-stakeholder community is immense. Just one thing that also really struck me is that there's also so much overlap between your engagements. There's specificity. You're all engaging the sphere in very specialized ways. You're providing immense resources to member states through doing that, but there's also a lot of overlap. And I think perhaps that's the place of the IGF. It exists in that overlap. And I also heard really resonance with the IGF themes for IGF 2021, social and economic inclusion, universal and meaningful access, trust and security, climate change, emerging regulation, and digital cooperation. So I do trust that the IGF can be of service to yourselves and be a bridge between all this depth of knowledge and this broader community that does come together at the IGF. I'm afraid I don't have more time, but if Mr. Liu and Francesca, if you wanted to make any remarks, it's completely over. So on that, thank you very much, everyone, for coming to the session. Apologies that we started late, and look forward to more of this type of engagement at future IGFs. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing us together.
Thank you.
A kind request to the panelists on this session to please come on the stage. Thank you.
Okay, so we have some housekeeping here. Give the floor to the moderator. So he starts the proceedings and give the floor to... Okay, okay. What do you remember about maybe... So you step down from the for Estonia program. Why? Why did you do
No, I just wanted some of them to be made co-host because they will be speaking, if that matters.
Sorry, where do you like the USG to sit?
I think...
Well, sit?
Yeah, wherever you think it works
okay.
best, I don't know. Never mind. If you can just...
To jak moderator po prostu powie, ale jeszcze nie zaczęli. Moderator zacznie i zaprosi do głosu pana Marta. Tak, tak.
Huh? Thomas, is that the guy who's the moderator?
Yes. Wherever you think is best. Yeah.
So the Telesky will be first, yes?
Yes, that's the plan, but
okay. Here is Telesky, here.
And this is, yeah.
Yes, yes, perfect. She's a little bit angry now.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yes, 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 yes. Good to see you again. Thank you.
Do we wear the masks or do we not wear the masks?
Depends. When you speak, difficult for you.
Do people wear masks or do people not wear masks?
Normally wear.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear us? Seems to be the case. My name is Thomas Schneider. I work for the Swiss government, and I'm happy to and honored to be the moderator of this parliamentarian roundtable, which is something that we had already physically 2 years ago in Berlin, where I was also moderating, and I'm happy to do this again. And this time, of course, under the condition or the circumstances that we have a number of colleagues connected via remote, and we have a number of colleagues here, so we're hoping that this will work out nicely, and we trust, of course, the technicians that do a great job and our Polish host and the UN team so that this all works out. We only have an hour, so I'll immediately go into presenting our first speaker that we have, which is, if I'm not mistaken, Mr., and I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, Mr. Ryszard Terlecki. He's the Vice Marshal of the Sejm of Poland. Thank you very much.
parlamentarzystów z całego świata. Nasza debata jest kontynuacją, jak i też rozwinięciem dotychczasowej debaty parlamentarnej w ramach szczytu cyfrowego ONZ. Od 3 lat z powodzeniem wspólnie realizujemy założenia Okrągłego Stołu Parlamentarzystów rozpoczętego w 2019 roku. Tegoroczna debata będzie dotyczyła rozwiązań legislacyjnych w promowaniu cyfrowej przestrzeni zorientowanej na użytkownika. Musimy pamiętać, że nowe technologie przynoszą nie tylko korzyści. Wiele z nich może być również źródłem istotnych zagrożeń, takich jak cyberprzestępczość, dezinformacja, manipulacja. Umiejętność weryfikacji faktów i krytycznego myślenia jest podstawą rozpoznawania fałszywych informacji i ma znaczenie dla odporności społeczeństwa na plagę fake newsów. Szanowni Państwo, władze publiczne każdego państwa powinny zmierzać do zwalczania fałszywej narracji. Unia Europejska i jej państwa członkowskie są częstym celem kampanii dezinformacyjnych, które mają osłabić jej działania i wartości. Przykładem takich działań jest dezinformacja szerzona przez reżim białoruski oraz władze Federacji Rosyjskiej wobec Polski, ale także innych państw regionu w sytuacji kryzysu migracyjnego na granicach z Białorusią. W sierpniu 2020 roku Aleksander Łukaszenka dzięki fałszerstwom oraz zastraszaniu, prześladowaniu kandydatów opozycji zwyciężył w wyborach prezydenckich. Po tych wyborach sytuacja w zakresie praw człowieka, swobód obywatelskich i instytucji demokratycznych uległa pogorszeniu. Przywódcy opozycji byli albo aresztowani, albo zmuszani do emigracji, co wywołało ogromne protesty na Białorusi. Unia Europejska nałożyła sankcje na władze białoruskie odpowiedzialne za masową rozprawę z opozycją i dziennikarzami. Próbując odwrócić uwagę od łamania praw człowieka oraz aby zdestabilizować sąsiednie kraje i zewnętrzną granicę Unii Europejskiej, reżim białoruski zaczął celowo sprowadzać imigrantów, przede wszystkim z państw Bliskiego Wschodu. Należy podkreślić, że są to migranci zarobkowi, zachęceni przez reżim białoruski obietnicą przedostania się do Unii Europejskiej za wysoką opłatą. Tymczasem media rosyjskie i białoruskie otwarcie obwiniają Polskę o wywołanie kryzysu na granicy i regularnie manipulują informacjami na temat sytuacji migrantów. Montowane są ujęcia z rzekomymi skargami migrantów na działania polskich służb granicznych. Tworzone są fałszywe konta, by podszywać się pod dziennikarzy. Publikowane są posty fikcyjnych osób w różnych językach. Takim formom agresji musimy stanowczo przeciwdziałać. To parlamenty mają dużą rolę w zapewnieniu, aby internet pozostał otwarty, a jednocześnie bezpieczny dla swoich użytkowników. Właściwe regulacje prawne powinny wspierać rozwój społeczny w erze nowych technologii. Szanowni Państwo, cieszę się, że nasza współpraca w ramach debaty parlamentarnej stale się rozwija. Mam nadzieję, że kolejne kraje gospodarze, Etiopia, Japonia, których przedstawicieli gościmy dzisiaj wśród nas, będą kontynuować ten proces. W tym miejscu pragnę również serdecznie podziękować Organizacji Narodów Zjednoczonych, Unii Międzyparlamentarnej oraz Departamentowi Polityki Cyfrowej Kancelarii Prezesa Rady Ministrów za pomoc i współpracę z Polskim Sejmem przy organizacji tegorocznej debaty parlamentarnej na szczycie cyfrowym ONZ. Dziękuję za uwagę. Życzę udanych obrad.
Thank you very much, Mr. Telecki. Next, I have Liu Zhenmin, Undersecretary General for Economic and Social Affairs.
Thank you, Thomas, for moderating this IGF Parliamentary Roundtable. You mentioned, I think, this is the second session for the IGF to convene a parliamentary segment. So I want to use this opportunity to thank all the parliamentaries and all the parliaments around the world for their support and active engagement in this roundtable. So I also want to thank the Interparliamentary Union for its support to the IGF. Your honorable parliamentarians, I think, distinguished colleagues, parliaments are the places where legislation is developed, including those for the internet and the digital space. Indeed, parliamentarians are among the key actors in internet governance and digital policy debates. So I'm pleased that the IGF is one place where parliamentarians can exchange information and good practices among themselves, and where they can interact with other stakeholders on pressing issues related to the use, evolution, and the governance of the internet and digital technologies. Dear colleagues, the theme for this roundtable, legislative approaches for user-centric digital space, is very well chosen. When decisions are made on how to develop, make available, and regulate digital technologies, understanding how technology works and what users need is essential. We need technologies to be human-centric, to enable the exercise of human rights and to make people's lives easier. Dear colleagues, we have seen in recent years an increasing trend of legislation being put forward in national and regional parliaments, covering issues such as privacy, cybersecurity, data protection, content policy, competition, and consumer protection. I think this is a very good trend. That's why we want to have this IGF parliamentary roundtable to discuss how we could improve the international cooperation among the parliaments. I believe it is important to have rules and regulations in place that aim to tackle risks associated with the digital space, govern the behavior of market actors, and protect rights and freedoms. I also believe it is important to ensure that these rules are indeed oriented towards towards the goal of having a user-centric digital space. This is important, while balancing the various rights at stake and providing a predictable environment for the private sector to operate. I hope that the IGF 2021 parliamentary track will inspire this by exchanging good practices and deepening cooperation among parliamentarians on digital policy issues. I trust such cooperation will continue in the years to come, and that the parliamentary track will be one of the annual hallmarks of the IGF session. So we are going to convene next year again, the parliamentary track. Dear colleagues, before closing, I wish to thank the Inter-Parliamentary Union, especially the president of the Parliamentary Union. He's going to join us to speak online. And the lower chamber in the Polish Parliament, the same, SEJM, for partnering with UNDESA and my department in hosting this parliamentary track. I also want to thank Thomas for you for moderating this event. I wish all of you a fruitful exchange, and I look forward to receiving the outcomes of 2021 parliamentary track. I thank you.
Thank you, and actually thank you also for already introducing our next speaker, which will be the last of the first three entry speakers. It's Duarte Pacheco, I hope I pronounced it right, from the Inter-Parliamentary Union, the president of the IPU. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Deputy Marshal of the Senate, Mr. Under Secretary General of the United Nations, dear parliamentarians and dear colleagues. It's a pleasure to be with you. Of course, it is conflicting feelings that I will welcome you on behalf of IPU to this parliamentarian roundtable. On one hand, I really wish to be with you in Katowice. Until the last wave of this COVID-19 pandemic prevented me from traveling, because nothing can ever replace the face-to-face interaction and conversations that are so important to us, human beings, and us parliamentarians. On the other hand, I can only marvel at the digital infrastructure that enable us to connect from all around the world and to be together at this moment. And also, this technology help us to keep our working as parliamentarians during the pandemic times. It is just one more illustration of how central digital technology has become to everything that we do. As parliamentarians, the internet can sometimes seem difficult to apprehend. And it is in one way highly technical, and yet it is also part of everyday life for the people we represent. It is transnational by design, a perfect example of the benefits of interconnection and integration around a set of agreed technical standards. But this transnational nature of the internet is uncomfortable. As politicians, we are so used to thinking and acting in our national contexts. When addressing challenge and creating opportunities online, we cannot act alone. We must act together. Just like last week, the IPU adopted a new resolution on the combat against online child sexual exploitation and abuse. That resolution underlines that gaps and difference in legislation from one country to another allows for loopholes that others will be quick to exploit. Harmonized legislation and a high level of international cooperation are absolutely essential, yet we are only beginning to take steps in this direction. Even the issues that can appear technical have a strong political dimension. It is our role to continue to work together to guarantee the openness of the internet, to ensure freedom of expression, and to promote economic opportunities while combating criminality and disinformation. And allow me to talk, the hate speech that can also spread online. Underlying all of this is a fundamental consideration. Who sets the rules? And what should those rules be? In this area, it is every other political leadership is key. As the elected representatives of the people, we have a special role on this matter. Decisions need to be informed by the best possible advice from all the actors, grounded in the evidence and taking into the best interests of the community in mind. I welcome very much the desire to create a greater space for dialogue with parliamentarians at the IGF. The IGF is a available platform for multi-stakeholder dialogue with governments, civil society, and the private sector. We must continue to learn how to speak to each other, to understand each other, to respect each other, and make every effort to reach the best possible conclusions. I hope this IGF will help to reinforce cooperation at all levels around the vision for a user-centered digital space, of which we can all be proud as one of the great inventions of humanity. I wish you all a very productive work, and I will wait the conclusions that you will achieve. And please, keep safe I hope to meet you in person very soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was Duarte Pacheco, president of the IPU. And just to pick up one word, or two words actually, that Liu Zemin mentioned this, that digital transformation should be human-centric. And given that worldwide it is the parliamentarians that are representing the humans in the countries on national level, on local level. So I think it makes even more sense to have parliamentarians as a core part of the IGF. And this is just one of the sessions of the so-called parliamentarian track. There are others during the week. So, of course, we're looking forward to allowing an exciting interaction among parliamentarians, but also between parliamentarians and other stakeholders, ordinary citizens, representatives of business, civil society, governments, and so on. And there is also, for your information, in case you do not know, there's they are working on an outcome document out of the track. So there's a draft that they will be finalizing and then issuing at the end of this track. So in case you were not aware of this, and this is also going to be an interesting document. With this, let me now turn to the parliamentarians themselves. Some of them are here physically, others are connected remotely. The first one is Abdullah Al-Tawadi, member of Council of Representatives of the Kingdom of Bahrain. The floor is yours.
A very good evening to you all. مساء الخير. يسعدني المشاركة عبر الإنترنت. التكنولوجيا الرقمية تتسارع بشكل كبير جدا، ونحن نعيش وقت مميز جدا. لم نكن من قبل متصلين بالعالم مثل اتصالنا اليوم. بإمكاننا مشاركة الآخرين أفكارنا، اقتراحاتنا ومشاعرنا، ولكن البعض أبدى قلقه الشديد أيضا بسبب تزايد الجرائم السيبرانية وانتهاك الخصوصية، والتي تعتبر حقا أصيلا من حقوق الإنسانية والقانونية في الحفاظ عليها. شهدت التكنولوجيا خلال الأعوام الأخيرة تطورات غير مسبوقة، حيث باتت أنظمة الحاسبات قادرة على محاكاة وأداء المهام التي تتطلب عادة الذكاء البشري في القيام بها، مثل الإدراك البصري والتعرف على الوجه والكلام، بل وصنع القرار أيضا، إذ يتم تزويد الحسابات بالقدرة على الإدراك والتخطيط والتواصل وأخيرا التنفيذ، الأمر الذي مكننا من اختراق كافة مجالات الحياة، بداية من المجالات التكنولوجية والتجارية وصولا إلى المجالات السياسية والعسكرية، بل والعديد من المجالات الاجتماعية ذات الأهمية مثل الرعاية الصحية والتعليم والعمالة والعدالة الجنائية وغيرها. فتتيح التكنولوجيا الرقمية وسائل جديدة لممارسة حقوق الإنسان، ولكنها تستخدم في حالات كثيرة جدا لانتهاك حقوق الإنسان، وينبغي وضع حقوق الإنسان في صميم الأطر التنظيمية المتعلقة بتطوير التكنولوجيات الرقمية واستخداماتها، وتثير مسائل حماية البيانات والهوية الرقمية، واستخدام التكنولوجيا المراقبة والتحرش باستخدام الإنترنت وإدارة محتويات شواغل خاصة في هذا الصدد. نحن في مملكة البحرين قد قمنا قدمنا تشريعات في مملكة ذات علاقة بالحقوق الرقمية والجرائم المعلوماتية في قطاع تكنولوجيا المعلومات والاتصالات. كانت مملكة البحرين سباقة في هذه الأمور، وقد تم إصدار قانون بشأن تقنية المعلومات وجرائم السيبرانية، وكذلك قوانين الخطابات والمعلومات الإلكترونية، وأيضا قانون المهم وهو قانون حماية البيانات الشخصية، وأيضا قوانين الحوسبة السحابية. وبذلك نكون قد قمنا بالتصديق على الاتفاقيات العربية بخصوص الجرائم الإلكترونية وهذا يعطي البحرين التقدم في الحماية بذلك. ولكن بالرغم من الجهود التي تقوم بها الدول للحماية ومكافحة الجريمة السيبرانية، فالدول تحتاج إلى مزيد من الجهود الوطنية لسن وتحديث القوانين الخاصة بالفضاء السيبراني وتوفير الهيكلة التنظيمية والحوكمة الإدارية لتنفيذها، كما أن هناك حاجة لتنسيق التشريعات السيبرانية والحماية بين دول العالم، وهذه مهمة البرلمانات الدولية منها الIPU. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you. It is exciting to hear what is going on in Bahrain. And now let's see what is going on in a European country or in the European Parliament. Let me turn to Marina Calderand, member of the European Parliament.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you for the kind introduction. And yes, I'm representing here the European Parliament, and I'm elected from Estonia. So I'm really privileged. I come from a country which is very e-connected. We call it e-lifestyle. And I come from a region where digital topics are high on political agenda. To start with, I would also like to thank Under-Secretary General and the IPO for having this parliamentary track, for supporting it. It's now the second time we meet face-to-face. We meet some old friends. There are many new friends in the hall. And I think that finally, it's finally established. It's part of IGF, so I'm really looking forward to our closer discussions. And my third introductory remark, yes, I'm honored and happy to bring some gender balance to the discussion, but I'm not happy to see that I'm the only one, and unfortunately, when politics and digital come together, we still need more women speaking. So that's suggestion for the next year. But coming to the topic, we all use the right political words. We all speak about open, free, accessible, affordable, undivided, one internet. But then we look around and we see that the legal systems are different. Laws adopted in different countries are different. So we as politicians and members of the parliament, I would argue, should first of all take into account the international law, international principles, international core values, and build our laws on that. That will help us from dividing internet, from balkanization of internet, from different internets and different systems. That's not easy, but that's doable. I know that from my former lives in the UNGG and in the Secretary General's high-level panel on digital cooperation, it's doable with different stakeholders. Second, I think that we as politicians should also sometimes take leadership. Yes, we're talking to our people. I'm talking to my citizens on a daily basis. They're sending me emails. We are exchanging video calls. We're doing it constantly. But we can't follow them all the time. Sometimes we have to lead the process. And I'll bring you an example. In the EU at the moment, we are arguing about digital ID. My country did it 20 years ago. Kenya did it last year. In the EU, we can't agree. So I would also ask all politicians sometimes to reconsider the small benefits and to see the bigger picture and to lead some topics that might not be very popular at the beginning, but that are good, and we have to explain and talk more about them. We as politicians, we have a special responsibility for the protection of privacy, fundamental rights, and human rights. Yes, we all say human rights offline are equal to human rights offline. But are they really? I think there is a lot we can do much better in protecting our own citizens, our constituencies, our electorate. And that's without buts. Next, when we talk about digital topics, members of the parliament very often have to leave their comfort zone, because that's something that seems so difficult, so complicated. We need much more awareness raising. We need much more education. If you want clever laws, you need clever lawmakers. And that's why maybe we should also encourage more our other members of parliament in the European Parliament as well as national parliaments to come to meetings like this one, to talk to other stakeholders, to talk to other members of the parliaments and to see that we all have questions, that we all are learning from each other, we are all exchanging our best practices and best information. My second point. Fortunately, we have seen that the digital topics have moved from the basements, where they were discussed by the IT geeks, to the CEO levels. We also see that governments are putting more prioritizing more digital topics, especially also because of the COVID pandemic. But the digital topics have also moved to the parliamentary halls. We do not see enough digital discussions within parliaments, and we have to do that. Exchange of information. Today we had the first meeting of our parliamentary track, and what struck me was that we in Europe, we're lucky, and maybe we do not always understand what does it mean, inclusiveness. What does it mean that half of the world's population is still not online? And it's not a question of political will, but in many cases it's the question of capacity building. So yes, we, rich countries, have to be much more open to capacity building, to assisting, to development cooperation. And I'm proud that my country, which is, I don't know, one street in Cairo, is doing development cooperation projects with other countries, developing countries of the world. And my final remarks. I was thinking what we as members of the parliament can do nationally, regionally, universally, because I think that we can do it together. Nationally, I think that one of the first steps can be introducing support groups, interest groups. I think all parliaments have them, if not committees, commissions, then at least support groups. We have them in the European Parliament. Trust me, they are horizontal, they work very well, although we have different political views. Regional cooperation, crucial, because regionally we come more together and we meet more each other, we can exchange information. For me, it's EU and NATO. For other regions, other regions. And on global level, I would urge us all to consider very seriously the proposal of Secretary General on Global Digital Compact. That should be one of the next steps of our cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Marina. And in particular, I think we should take note of the gender and other balances that we still have to improve. Just one word about the EID, because this is something that in my country, Switzerland, we also had a proposal, and everybody, or most of the people, were convinced that we need it. But there was a referendum, and the people turned it down because they didn't trust the governance model. They thought it was too much based on private sector, and the state should have a more active role. Just to say that legislation is fine, but you need to be connected to the people. If you legislate against what the people expect you to legislate, even simple things as an EID may not be acceptable. With this, I guess that will be part of the discussion later. With this, let me go to our next speaker. It is Mr. Alexander Kinstein, Chairman of the Committee on Information Policy, Information Technology and Communications from the State Duma, Federal Assembly of the Russian Federation.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Так. К сожалению, почему-то не включается видео. Так, прошу прощения, коллеги, но почему-то организатор пишет, что его включение видео остановлено. Я вас, коллеги, вижу, надеюсь, что вы меня слышите, но почему-то видеотрансляция не запускается. Просьба большая к организаторам запустить видео, если позволите. Уважаемые коллеги, для того, чтобы не ставить всех участников в неудобное положение, с вашего позволения, я начну тогда выступление. Надеюсь, что все-таки коллеги из технической службы сумеют разблокировать возможность включения видеосигнала. Может быть, перезагрузиться? Коллеги, тогда, если позволите, 5 секунд, я перезагружусь. Это к вопросу о качестве работы нашего интернета совместного. И пытаюсь зайти снова. Так, сейчас, 1 секунду.
Or should we allow Mr. Kinstein maybe and the technicians to solve the problem and take another member of the parliament first? Question to the directors in the back, if they can. If this was a movie, or a TV show, I would ask the directors in the back. So maybe. Now we seem to have an image.
Уважаемые коллеги, прошу прощения, технические палатки завершены. Спасибо за то, что подождали наши технические сложности. Уважаемые коллеги, во-первых, я рад приветствовать всех на таком представительном, очень важном форуме и рад возможности выступить для краткого рассказа о тех изменениях, которые происходят сегодня в Российской Федерации, в первую очередь законодательного характера. Надо сказать, что интернет в России начался в свое время как эксперимент энтузиастов нескольких научных центров, в математическом отделении Академии наук и Курчатовском институте. И, конечно, никто не мог представить тогда, что за столь короткий по историческим масштабам срок интернет превратится в силу, радикально меняющую нашу жизнь, а управление интернетом станет предметом межгосударственных отношений. В Российской Федерации мы отлично понимаем важность и значимость цифровизации. В всех органах власти существуют профильные управления, подразделения, курирующие цифру. Есть самостоятельное Министерство цифрового развития, и, наконец, президентом страны Владимиром Путиным определена в качестве национальной идеи развития до 2030 года цифровая трансформация. С учетом этого меняется и национальное законодательство, создаются условия для развития IT-кадров и цифровых отраслей. В нашей стране всегда были собственные, очень сильные и профессиональные технологические IT-компании. Россия – одно из тех государств мира, кто имеет свои собственные поисковые сервисы, картографию, антивирусы, развита национальная интернет-торговля, очень сильное программное обеспечение, софт. Наконец, наши национальные социальные сети имеют больше локальных пользователей, нежели чем иностранных. Российская доменная зона демонстрирует устойчивый рост, и на сегодняшний день более 5 миллионов доменов находятся в зоне .ru, а русский язык входит в тройку самых популярных языков в интернете. Очень важно, что все эти достижения достигнуты в условиях открытого рынка и свободной конкуренции, которую мы должны сохранить. Наши IT-специалисты конкурентоспособны на глобальном уровне и могли бы добиваться успеха и добиваются его в разных частях мира. Мы это отлично понимаем и будем и впредь создавать условия для развития отрасли и самореализации наших специалистов на родине, в России. Сегодня в Российской Федерации для стимулирования развития цифровых отраслей реализуется целый ряд мер. Я позволю перечислить некоторые из них. Во-первых, введен беспрецедентный налоговый режим. Для тех российских компаний, кто занимается разработкой и реализацией софта, программного обеспечения, 4 раза снижены страховые взносы на фонд оплаты труда по сравнению с другими компаниями. Ставка налога на прибыль снижена с 20% до 3%. Сохранена нулевая ставка НДС, налога на добавленную стоимость, для тех продуктов, которые включены в реестр отечественного программного обеспечения. Действующий с начала текущего года льготный налоговый режим создал очень мощную динамику развития отрасли, что подтверждается объективными цифрами, данными налоговой службы. Важно сказать, коллеги, что российский рынок был, есть и, уверен, останется открытым для иностранных компаний. Заверяю вас, что у России нет и не может быть каких-либо планов по закрытию своего внешнего контура, по созданию абсолютно отрезанной от внешнего мира интернет-системы. Но мы при горячем и искреннем желании видеть в своей юрисдикции иностранных участников рынка, в то же время выдвигаем, на наш взгляд, вполне обоснованное условие. Неукоснительное соблюдение российского национального законодательства. Недопустима ситуация, когда компания имеет, скажем, конкурентные преимущества перед российскими компаниями, потому что не соблюдает установленных законом требований, не несет нагрузки по соблюдению правил. Но, повторюсь, нет никакой разницы для российского закона, иностранный или отечественный IT-ресурс, IT-компания. Требования соблюдения российских законов одинаковы для всех. Уплата налогов, хранение персональных данных наших граждан на территории России, взаимодействие с регулятором. Мы очень рассчитываем на то, что выстраиванию открытого диалога с иностранными IT-гигантами, с так называемым бигтехом, будет способствовать появление их официальных представительств на территории нашей страны. Я напомню, что такое требование содержится в принятом Государственной Думой и подписанном президентом законом, который мы назвали «О приземлении». К 1 января 2022 года иностранные гиганты IT-индустрии, чья суточная аудитория в Российской Федерации составляет от 500 000 пользователей на протяжении не менее полугода, должны будут выполнить 3 простых правила. Первое. Создать на территории России полноценный филиал или представительство, при этом это представительство может быть и цифровым. Второе. Зарегистрировать на сайте нашего регулятора, Роскомнадзора, личный кабинет. И третье. Создать на своем ресурсе ящик для обратной связи с российскими пользователями. Как видите, коллеги, все эти правила не сложны в реализации и вполне объяснимы. Появление и таких представительств на территории России позволит вести прямой и конструктивный диалог, который сегодня, увы, очень часто у нас сбоит по причине отсутствия здесь каких-либо уполномоченных представителей, с которыми государство могло бы вести диалог. Важнейшей задачей этой законодательной инициативы является обеспечение цифровых прав граждан нашей страны, особенно в части защиты их персональных данных и предоставления возможности отстаивать свои интересы в российском правовом поле. Очевидно, что гражданам гораздо сложнее во всех смыслах защищать свои права в иностранных юрисдикциях. Мы видим сегодня уже успешные примеры того, как IT-гиганты открывают свои представительства на территории России и при этом говорят, что это не только не вызывает у них никаких сложностей, а напротив способствует развитию и расширению их бизнеса, увеличению их прибыли. В частности, еще до вступления нашего закона в силу такие представительства были открыты AliExpress, iHerb, Huawei Technology. Мы очень надеемся на то, что компании, которые по своим критериям подпадают под требования о приземлении, также выполнят требования закона и продолжат тот ряд, который я уже перечислил. При этом хочу отметить, что российские меры по регулированию интернет-пространства всегда были сбалансированы. В отношении нарушающих законодательство IT-гигантов потенциальные возможные наказания носят умеренно жесткий характер, а регулятор постоянно идет на диалог и готов делать послабления для тех, кто настроен на конструктивный разговор. Ну, в частности, как я уже сказал, норма закона обязывает впрямую иностранные IT-ресурсы с аудиторией от 500 000 человек в сутки уже к 1 января следующего нового года зарегистрировать свои представительства. Однако наш регулятор, Роскомнадзор, заявил, что не будет применять административные санкции строго именно с 1 января. Но при этом мы, конечно же, рассчитываем, что в течение первого месяца Нового года бигтех соответствующее положение закона выполнит. Россия одна из стран, задающих тренды в регулировании интернета и защиты цифровых прав пользователей. Представители Российской Федерации могут поделиться с коллегами.
Excuse, but we basically have announced for people to speak for 3 minutes. So it would be good if you could come to the conclusion. Otherwise, we will run out of time before all parliamentarians have spoken. Thank you very much.
Хорошо, я постараюсь тогда близиться к завершению. И хочу сказать о том, что, коллеги, пандемия, коронавирусная инфекция, конечно, оказала при всех своих негативных явлениях и позитивное влияние на развитие цифровых отраслей на территории нашей страны. Сегодня на повестке дня в России очень остро стоят проблемы, связанные с обеспечением кибербезопасности, с предотвращением преступлений в цифровой среде. Увы, мы видим сегодня высокий рост подобного рода преступлений, поэтому законодательно пытаемся этому помешать. Принят целый ряд инициатив, направленных на защиту прав наших граждан, на борьбу с киберпреступностью. Ну и отдельно хочу сказать также о том, что для России, как для самого большого по площади территории государства на планете, огромное значение имеет вопрос обеспечения приемом устойчивого интернета и связи всех территорий нашей страны. Эта работа сегодня также активно ведется во всех населенных пунктах в России с численностью от 100 жителей. По закону, принятому в текущем году, должен быть обеспечен устойчивый прием интернета. Уважаемые друзья, Россия всегда была открыта и будет открыта международному сотрудничеству для создания безопасной цифровой среды. В этой связи диалог, который ведется в IGF, сегодня представляет огромную ценность для выработки актуальных и взвешенных решений в сфере регулирования интернета. Рассчитываю на то, что межгосударственный обмен опытом принятия законодательных решений станет основным драйвером развития.
Please come to the point. Thank you. Next is Alhaji Bow, Member of Parliament from Gambia. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon to everybody. And it's good to see you again on this IGF. I want to say also good afternoon to my fellow parliamentarians, those that are watching and those that are here with me. Now, when we are glad, or I'm also glad that now we have a parliamentary track that actually ensures that we have parliamentarians who are the servants of the people to also ensure that they understand what they are legislating. Because the fast pace of technology in terms of the way it is moving also calls for parliamentarians to also understand what they are actually legislating. And I think this is a forum that we should encourage all other parliamentarians across the world to be able to attend, to be able to share ideas with their colleagues, just to ensure that when we go to legislate, we know exactly what we're going to do to ensure that we help our people in ensuring that they are part of this digital world. Now, as the world moves faster in terms of connectivity, in terms of really bridging that gap between sovereignty nations, I think it's essentially important that we have laws that would protect our people. And I think it's also equally important that we encourage our members of parliament to be deeply engaged in the digital world. Because I'm also a member of the African Parliament, that's the Pan-African Parliament in South Africa. But you also see that we have very few parliamentarians actually that are engaged in the technology. So I think it's quite important that in our respective countries, we try to encourage and we also try to bring them on board just to ensure that we have wonderful legislations. Now, if you look at the African continent, especially at the level of the AU, we are developing laws, or we are developing some conventions, like the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection. Now, where we are coming with this is to ensure that countries actually take a copy of those areas and then design or legislate laws. Because right now, when you look at the continent itself, even though we are moving, we are really playing a catch-up game in terms of technology. And in doing so, we must act fast, just to ensure that we have the requisite legislations in place. Now, personal data protection is equally important, because when you look at the medical area, you look at the financial industry, it's equally important that data has been collected from our citizens, but no one tells you really what they do with the data. So I think it's important that the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection is actually adopted across the continent, just to ensure that we really protect our citizens in the continent and also outside the continent, and just to ensure that we live in a world that is really well protected. Now, if you go to the other area, in terms of data protection also as well, you have data being stored across the continent. We have data that's being stored outside the continent. But countries really have no legislation to ensure that some level of security actually are done. Like when you go to Facebook, you go to your banks, for example. Some of them, they store their data outside the continent or outside your country. But if you checked, most of the countries also, they do not have legislation to ensure that their citizens' data actually are well protected. So I'm encouraging all legislators, especially those from our continent, to ensure that they do more in terms of protecting their citizens' data, to ensure that whenever we have legislations, they really do public hearings to ensure that those that actually well-versed in the area of technology actually are contacted. Those that are well-versed in technology also have a say to ensure that we have a very good legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the notion that parliamentarians are not necessarily experienced with digital is not an African phenomenon. It's also taking place in my country. Although, and I hope this is the case for many countries, the pandemic, one of the good effects is that it has helped people, including parliamentarians, that digital is an important issue, and they are waking up, probably not only in my country, hopefully in others as well. The last parliamentarian for the first round is Gabriel Silva, member of the National Assembly of Panama. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here and share with you some ideas on the future of the internet. I was asked to talk about a very difficult question for parliamentarians, and that's the question of how to enact and create regulation that protects the citizen, but at the same time doesn't stop innovation. And it's a very difficult question, but I would like to share some remarks in regards to that. And the first thing I would say is that we have to realize that policymakers can break or make the internet's present and future. And I think policymakers shouldn't break the internet. I think that the internet has provided so many benefits for humanity, society, countries, civilization. Just think about the COVID-19 pandemic. Imagine how life would have been, the pandemic would have been without internet. I think one of the superstars or superheroes of the pandemic was the internet, and especially the entrepreneurs. Many entrepreneurs helped us talk digitally, work, study, communicate. So I think that the internet definitely is an ally for policymakers, not an enemy. However, the internet has a lot of power, and a lot of companies that work in the internet sphere have a lot of power. And probably you heard this quote before, but with great power comes great responsibilities. And the internet, unfortunately, is not this wonderful place where everything is happy. There are bad things happening in the internet, and as policymakers, we should intervene. Whether it be theft, IP infringements, monopolistic practices, child pornography, bullying, there's so many things that us as parliamentarians have to do to protect our citizens. So I think in order to find that balance in regards to protecting the citizens and at the same time don't stop innovation or don't break the internet, some couple of remarks I would like to share is that first, we're enacting legislation. We should consider as our basis, as our platform, as our skeleton, human rights. And we should modernize our human rights in our local context so that it concedes, it applies to the digital economy in the 21st century, but also we should provide more resources to our local infrastructure, local personnel, and local capacities to be able to defend those human rights, to be able to go to courts, to be able to follow up on what's happening in the internet. So we must provide governments with more capabilities to be able to defend people in the 21st century. Second, even though human rights are a priority, we should also consider, when legislating, the fundamental priorities or principles of the internet. And there are a bunch of different principles that we might find online. I think, for example, that it has to be decentralized, doesn't have a government, open infrastructure, so that innovation doesn't require permission, no restricted access, so everybody could have access to the internet, global connectivity. And there's a list online that we can find different properties of the internet that are natural for the internet. I even know that the IGF in past discussions have elaborated on a very interesting and powerful document that's called the Charter of Human Rights and the Internet, which can, I think, work as a very important guiding tool. The challenging question then is what happens when you have a conflict between a human right and one of those basic principles of the internet. And I think that us as parliamentaries have to do then a proportionality test, a proportionality and balancing test to see, well, what human rights are being infringed and if this new policy or issue can provide important setbacks to the internet or can actually be good for the internet. Just to finalize, a couple of additional remarks. When members of parliament do this type of pondering and proportionality analysis, I think it's key that we seek advice, we seek help, we work together with the different sectors of society, academia, startups, big tech companies to be able to create those policies. As I mentioned before in the other session, the internet is changing every day, and members of parliament don't only look at the internet. We have to deal with education, with infrastructure, and with health. It's very difficult for us to be updated on the latest trends, and that's why we need you. We need the technical people, we need the academia, we need the startups to help us and guide us and work together to consensus on regulating the internet. Second is that I think that many members of parliament, and I include myself in this, are very proactive, and we like to legislate a lot for the future. But sometimes I think it's better to not be so aggressive, and let's see how technology can evolve. Of course, there are things that are no-brainers and we have to protect our citizens. But on some technologies, for example, Web3 technologies, blockchain technologies that are creating and giving power back to the people, maybe it's more important than establishing specific regulations to establish principles, guiding principles. And we can come up with those principles, obviously, with the academia, non-profit organizations, private sectors, and so forth. So in conclusion, I would say that, yes, the internet requires regulation. I think it should be a calm, evidence-based approach. But we must find the priorities in the human rights and also in the basic properties of the internet. I think that will be a very effective tool to guide us as legislators. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriel. Actually, unfortunately, time is almost up, but we are allowed a few minutes to run a few minutes over. And I think this has just shown how difficult, how challenging it is for parliamentarians. And basically, if I can get just one or two quick remarks on some of the issues. One is how to deal with your national competencies and global developments and global facts that you cannot really change or only moderately influence. The other question, of course, would be, we talk about representing people, how to make sure that you actually represent the people on issues that neither all parliamentarians nor all people do really fully understand. And the third question is one that we are also asking ourselves in my country, given that you have a very rapid development in technology, in the use of technology, and we are living on beta version, beta 0.2.0 B, blah, blah version of and we have parliamentarian processes that take years, 5 years, 10 years sometimes in my country to come up with a new law. How can we also evolve into going for a better version law and then version 1.0, 1.0.12 update type of, how do we have to modify the legislation system in order to cope with the development of technology. So these are just a few points thrown out in the room. I hope they will be followed up in the later sessions, but maybe a few very short remarks from one or two of you. We can afford this still, thank you. Just speak up, I think, also those that are connected online. I see a colleague from Gambia would like to say something. Just speak. I think the mic is on.
Yeah.
Just wait, it will come.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes.
Just continue.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I think you just asked a very pertinent question. in terms of the representative of the people and the time it takes for laws to be made in some of these institutions, for example, and that is a fact. Now, the reason why sometimes it takes a lot of time for some of these legislation actually to be completed is because sometimes consultations need to be done. Now, when you could bring it in terms of technology, technology moves in a very fast way, and most of the legislators actually, they are here. They can confirm that they are not very well off with technology. So, which means they would have to depend a lot on other people to help them. And by the time some of these things actually are brought to fruition, something else comes up. So I think that's why I was saying earlier that it's very important that parliamentarians be more engaged into technology so that they can have better understanding. Now, if you check most parliaments in the world, if you check the number of people that actually have technology backgrounds, actually is very limited. And that alone would actually affect some of the legislation that we actually have. Now, my own parliament in the Gambia, we only have 2 people that are technology oriented, myself and another person that actually I taught in the university. So, forced to put some of the points across, it makes it really very difficult because they do not understand. So by the time we do public consultations, we talk to people, the academia, it really takes a lot of time. So, and that's the reason why I was saying we need to encourage our fellow parliamentarians to be more involved in technology, or to encourage other academia that actually well versed in technology to be members of parliament. That will actually make that very fast in terms of legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a person in the Zoom, Ahmed Al-Mohanadi. A short remark from remote. Thank you. We cannot yet hear you. You may have to unmute yourself. I'm sorry, we cannot hear you speaking. Unfortunately, this does not seem to work because we don't hear anything. Now I hear something. Maybe another quick remark from somebody. Yes, Marina.
Thank you. Yes, we all know in this room that European bureaucracy is very slow. Sorry, guys, to say that, but that's the thing. So sometimes maybe it's better to react on a national level, but the basic values, the basic laws, the basic principles are in place. So my advice to national parliaments, that what we're trying to do at home, is to be smart, to be quick, to be flexible. And of course, as you all know, there are sometimes executive orders that might be taken more quickly if it's needed. And I think the COVID pandemic showed very well what can be done globally, what can be done regionally, what has to be done nationally. So many people have suffered, many people have died, but we'll be really stupid if we do not learn from the COVID experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have to end this session, but again, this is not the end of the parliamentary track. As a bureaucrat, allow me, we are not a member of the European Union, but we are still bureaucrats. On the other hand, it is sometimes useful if the parliament does not try to legislate too much on technology, but the laws stay on the principle levels so that you can actually then adapt them to the development of technology, and you do not have to recreate too detailed technology, unusual laws all the time. So this is something that from the bureaucrat side would be a wish to the lawmakers in the countries, that the more you stay on the principle level, the easier and the faster you can actually adapt as bureaucracy with implementing the laws. So thank you for this discussion, and again, I hope this continues physically here in Katowice, virtually, hybridly, and also, of course, for the next IGF that will come in 2022. Thank you all, and see you soon.
Under the present circumstances.
The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the life-changing power of the internet. Digital technology has saved lives.
Distinguished guests, dear attendees.
The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the life-changing power of the internet. Digital technology has saved lives.
Distinguished guests, dear attendees of the 16th UN Internet Governance Forum. It's my great pleasure and true honor to distinguished guests, dear attendees of the 16th UN Internet Governance Forum. Distinguished guests, dear attendees of the 16th UN Internet Governance Forum.